Title page and advertisement for the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Title page and advertisement. The Psalms of David, translated into divers and sundry kinds of verse, more rare and excellent for the method and variety than ever hath been done in English. Begun by the noble and learned gentleman Sir Philip Sidney, Knight Bachelor, and finished by the Right Honourable the Countess of Pembroke, his sister. Now printed from a copy of the original manuscript, transcribed by John Davies of Hereford, in the reign of James I. From the Chiswick Press, by C. Whittingham, for Robert Triphook, Old Bond Street, 1823. Advertisement. In presenting this version of the Psalms by Sir Philip Sidney and his sister, the Countess of Pembroke, to the notice of the literary world, it is necessary to state that it was undertaken at the suggestion of James Boswell, Esquire, who proposed writing an introduction in which the different versions were intended to have been compared. His lamented death shortly after the work had gone to press caused this design to be reluctantly given up. The manuscript from which it has been printed is in folio, copied from the original by John Davies of Hereford, writing master to Prince Henry, himself a poet of no mean attainments, and a cotemporary of Sir Philip Sidney. It exhibits a beautiful specimen of the calligraphy of the time. The first letters of every line are in gold ink, and it comprises specimens of all the hands in use, more particularly the Italian, then much in fashion at court. From the pains bestowed, it is by no means improbable that it was written for the Prince. By the kindness of the Reverend Dr. Cotton, of Christ Church, Oxford, this has been carefully collated with a manuscript copy in his collection, and some errors of transcription amended. Another is in the library of Richard Haber, Esquire, and it is possible that the original autograph manuscript of Sir Philip Sidney may still exist in the library at Wilton. It would have been desirable to have ascertained this, as it might prove which were versified by him and which by his sister. This I have not been able to accomplish. The Reverend B. Bandinel, who has obliged me with his notices on the subject, thinks, from the title to one of the manuscripts in the Bodleian Library, which accords with the title prefixed to this, that the first portion was written by Sir Philip, and the latter by the Countess, and not certain psalms or various parts by either of them. Mr. Bandinel's account of Dr. Woodford's manuscript, also in the Bodleian, is as follows. The other copy is in the handwriting of Dr. Samuel Woodford, who himself paraphrased the Psalms. On the first leaf Dr. W. has written, "The original copy is by me, given me by my brother Mr. John Woodford, who bought it among other broken books to put up coffee powder, as I remember." The parts wanting are from Psalm 88 to verse 22 of Psalm 102, both inclusive, and from Psalm 131 to the end. After the first hiatus, Dr. W. has noticed, "But here all the leaves are torn off to the 23rd verse of the 102nd Psalm, to be supplied, if possible, from some other copy, of which there is a fair one in Trinity College Library in Cambridge, and of which many years since I had the sight when I first began my paraphrase." Sam Woodford. At the end of Psalm 43 is written by Dr. W. in the margin that is of the original manuscript, "Hitherto Sir Philip Sidney, ita testor Sam Woodward, who for Sir Philip Sidney's sake and to preserve such a remain of him undertook this tiresome task of transcribing." 1694 and 5. It is to be remarked that there are very few alterations and corrections in these first 42 Psalms, for Dr. W. has noticed all the scratches, crosses, erasures, and various readings which he found in the original copy. Before Psalm 44, Dr. W. writes, "The next psalm has in the top of it 3 little crosses, and the whole psalm is lightly crossed with a pen. Query, whether further corrected or new made?" Mr. Bandinel, on reference to the first manuscript in the Bodleian, finds it totally different. Woodford's copy has it thus: Our fathers, Lord, by hearing, have made us understand thy works before their eyes appearing, in time gone long ago, how rooting nations them thy hand did plant, implanted, nourish, the stock profane did leafless grow, the faithful branch did flourish. In the other manuscript this psalm stands thus: Lord, our fathers' true relation often hath made us known, how thy power in each occasion thou of old for them didst show, how thy hand the pagan foe, rooting hence thy folk implanting, leafless made that branch to grow, this to spring no verdure wanting. There are other psalms also which differ, some entirely, others in part, and in some instances Dr. W. has given the rejected as well as amended stanza. There is no doubt that other copies are to be found on a diligent search in the public libraries. It is sufficient, however, to notice that this is the first time it has appeared in print, though it has been incidentally mentioned in the following works, in some of which specimens have been given: Daniel's Poetical Works, Volume 1, page 256, 12mo, 1739; Defensive Poesy by Sir Philip Sidney; Donne's Poems, edition 1635, page 366, and edition 1719, page 299; Ballard's Learned Ladies, Countess of Pembroke; The Guardian, number 18; Harrington's Nugae Antiquae, 3 volumes, second edition, 12mo, 1792. Volume 1, page 277, gives the following psalms as by the Countess, but it does not appear on what authority or from what manuscript: Psalms 51, 69, 104, 112, 117, 120, and 137, and in Mr. Park's edition of the Nugae, Volume 2, page 407, only 2 are given, Psalms 112 and 137. Zouch's Memoirs of Sir Philip Sidney, 2 psalms printed but incorrectly at the end. In the Christian Remembrancer for June 1821, page 327 through 331, is a paper by Dr. Cotton on English Psalmody. In speaking of this translation, he says, "By what strange means it has happened that this version has slept in unmerited obscurity for nearly 2 centuries and a half, I am utterly at a loss to divine. I see in many of them passages of considerable beauty, and notwithstanding the stiffness characteristic of the poetry of the day, there is often peculiar happiness of expression, a nerve and energy, a poetic spirit that might have disarmed, even if it could not extort praise, from the fastidious Warton himself." The Reverend H. I. Todd, in a volume just published, entitled Observations upon the Metrical Versions of the Psalms made by Sternhold, Hopkins, and others, does not mention Sir Philip Sidney as a translator, but this may be accounted for from its never having been printed. There is also a volume in small folio of 150 pages, a preparation to the Psalter by George Wither, printed in 1619, which contains much interesting matter on the Psalms, but from its great rarity it appears to have escaped the notice of all the writers on the subject. The edition of the early English poets, of which this forms a portion, is limited to 250 copies. End of title page and advertisement.
Psalm 1 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 1. Beatus Vir. He blessed is who neither loosely treads the straying steps as wicked counsel leads, nay for bad mates in ways of sinners waiteth, nor yet himself with idle scorners seateth, but on God's law his whole delight doth bind, which night and day he calls to marking mind. He shall be like a freshly planted tree, to which sweet springs of water neighbours be, whose branches fail not timely fruit to nourish, nor withered leaf shall make it fail to flourish. So all the things whereto that man doth bend shall prosper still with well succeeding end. Such blessing shall not wicked wretches see, but like vile chaff with wind shall scattered be. For neither shall the men in sin delighted consist when they to highest doom are cited. Nay, yet shall suffered be a place to take, where godly men do their assembly make. For God doth know, and knowing doth approve, the trade of them that just proceedings love. But they that sin in sinful breasts do cherish, the way they go shall be the way to perish. End of Psalm 1, read by Alan Mapstone.
Psalm 2 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 2. Quare fremuerunt gentes. What ails this heathenish rage? What do the people mean to mutter murmurs vain? Why do these earthly kings and lords such meetings make, and counsel jointly take against the Lord of lords, the Lord of everything, and his anointed king? Come, let us break their bonds, say they, and fondly say, and cast their yokes away. But he shall them deride, who by the heavens is born, he them shall laugh to scorn. And after, speak to them with breath of wrathful fire, and vex them in his ire, and say, O kings, yet have I set my king upon my holy hill Zion, and I will, saith this king, the Lord's decree display. And say that he did say, Thou art my son indeed, this day begot by me. Ask, and I will give to thee the heathens, for thy child's right, and will thy realm extend as far as the world's farthest end. With iron scepter bruise thou shalt, and piecemeal break these men, like potsherds weak. Therefore, O kings, be wise. O rulers, rule your mind, that knowledge you may find. Serve God, serve him with fear, rejoice in him, but so that joy with trembling go. With loving homage kiss that only Son he hath, lest you inflame his wrath, whereof but a spark once kindled be, you all from your way perish shall. And then they that in him their only trust do rest, O they be rightly blessed. End of Psalm 2.
Psalm 3 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 3. Domine, quid multiplicanti. Lord, how do they increase, that hateful never cease to breed my grievous trouble? How many ones there be that all against poor me their numerous strength redouble. Even multitudes be they that to my soul do say, No help for you remaineth. In God on whom you build, yet Lord, thou art my shield, in thee my glory reigneth. The Lord lifts up my head, to him my voice I spread, from holy hill he heard me. I laid me down and slept, while he my safely kept, and safe from sleep I reared me. I will not be afraid, though legions round be laid, which all against me gather. I say no more but this, Up, Lord, now time it is, help me, my God and Father. For thou, with cruel blows, on jawbone of my foes, my causeless wrong hast wroken. Thou, those men's teeth which bite, venom with godless spite, hast in their malice broken. Salvation doth belong unto the Lord most strong, he it is that defendeth, and on those blessed same which bear his people's name, his blessing he extendeth. End of Psalm 3. Recording by Sam Carcamo.
Psalm 4 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 4. Cum invocarem. Hear me, O hear me when I call. O God, God of my equity. Thou sett'st me free when I was thrall. Have mercy therefore still on me, and hearken how I pray to thee. O men, whose fathers were but men, till when will ye my honour high stain with your blasphemies? Till when such pleasure take in vanity, and only haunt where lies do lie? Yet know this too, that God did take, when he chose me, a godly one, such one I say that when I make my crying plaints to him alone, he will give good ear to my moan. O tremble then with awful will, sin from all rule in you depose, talk with your hearts and yet be still, and when your chamber you do close, yourselves yet to yourselves disclose. The sacrifices sacrifice of just desires on justice stead, trust in that Lord that cannot lie. Indeed, full many folks have said, from whence shall come to us such aid? But Lord, lift thou upon our sight the shining clearness of thy face, where I have found more heart's delight than they who store in harvest space of grain and wine fill storing place. So I in peace and peaceful bliss will lay me down and take my rest. For it is thou, Lord, thou it is, by power of whose own only breast I dwell, laid up in safest nest. End of Psalm 4.
Psalm 5 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 5, Verba mea auribus. Ponder the words, O Lord, that I do say. Consider what I meditate in me. O hearken to my voice, which calls on thee. My King, my God, for I to thee will pray. So shall my voice climb to thine ears betime, for unto thee I will my prayer send, with earliest entry of the morning prime, and will my waiting eyes to thee-ward bend. For thou art that same God, far from delight in that which of foul wickedness doth smell. No, nor with thee the naughty one shall dwell, nor glorious fools stand in thy awful sight. Thou hatest all whose works in ill are placed, and shall root out the tongues to lying bent. For thou, the Lord, in endless hatred hast the murderous man, and so the fraudulent. But I myself will to thy house address, with passport of thy graces manifold, and in thy fear knees of my heart will fold towards the temple of thy holiness. Thou, Lord, the savour of thine own, guide me, O in thy justice be my guide, and make thy ways to me more plainly known, for all I need, that with such foes do bide. For in their mouth not one clear word is spent, mischief their souls for inmost lining have, their throat it is an open swallowing grave, whereto their tongue is flattering instrument. Give them their due unto their guiltiness. Let their vile thoughts the thinker's ruin be, with heaped weights of their own sins oppress these most ungrateful rebels unto thee. So shall all they that trust on thee do bend, and love the sweet sound of thy name rejoice. They ever shall send thee their praising voice, since ever thou to them wilt succour send. Thy work it is to bless, thou blessest them, the just in thee on thee and justice build. Thy work it is such men safe in to hem, with kindest care, as with a certain shield. End of Psalm 5. Psalm 6 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 6. Domine ne infurore. Lord, let me not a worm by thee be shent, while thou art in the heat of thy displeasure. nor let thy rage of my due punishment become the measure. But mercy, Lord, let mercy thine descend, for I am weak, and in my weakness languish. Lord, help, for even my bones their marrow spend with cruel anguish. Nay, even my soul fell troubles do appall. Alas, how long, my God, wilt thou delay me? Turn thee, sweet Lord, and from this oogly fall, my dear God, stay me. Mercy, O mercy, Lord, for mercy's sake, for death doth kill the witness of thy glory. Can of thy praise the tongues entombed make a heavenly story? Lo, I am tired, while still I sigh and groan. My moistened bed proofs of my sorrow showeth. My bed, while I with black night mourn alone, with my tears floweth. Woe, like a moth, my face's beauty eats, and age pulled on with pains all freshness fretteth, the while a swarm of foes with vexing fates my life besetteth. Get hence, you evil, who in my ill rejoice, in all whose works vainness is ever reigning, for God hath heard the weeping, sobbing voice of my complaining. The Lord my suit did hear, and gently hear. They shall be shamed and vexed that breed my crying, and turn their backs, and straight on backs appear their shameful flying. End of Psalm 6. Psalm 7 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 7. Domine Deus meus. O Lord my God, thou art my trustful stay. O save me from this persecution's shower. Deliver me in my endangered way. Lest lion-like he do my soul devour, and cruelly in many pieces tear, while I am void of any helping power. O Lord my God, if I did not forbear ever from deed of any such desert, if aught my hands of wickedness do bear, if I have been unkind for friendly part, nay, if I wrought not for his freedom's sake, who can less now yields me a hateful heart? Then let my foe chase me, and chasing take, then let his foot upon my neck be set, then in the dust let him my honour rake. Arise, O Lord, in wrath thyself upset, against such rage of foes awake for me, to that high doom which I by them must get. So shall all men with lords environ thee. Therefore, O Lord, lift up thy throne on high, that every folk thy wondrous acts may see. Thou, Lord, my people shalt in judgment try. Then, Lord, my Lord, give sentence on my side, after my clearness and my equity. O let their wickedness no longer bide, from coming to the well-deserved end, but still be thou to just men justest guide. Thou righteous proofs to hearts and reins dost send, and all my help from none but thee is sent, who dost thy saving health to true men bend. Thou righteous art, thou strong, thou patient, and each day art provoked thine ire to show, and if this man will not learn to repent, for him thou whettest thy sword and bendest thy bow, and hast thy deadly arms in order brought, and ready art to let thine arrows go. Lo, he that first conceived a wretched thought, and great with child of mischief travelled long, now brought a bed, hath brought naught forth but naught. A pit was digged by this man vainly strong, but in the pit he ruined first did fall, which fall he made to do his neighbour wrong. He against me doth throw, but down it shall, upon his pate his pain employed thus, and his own ill his own head shall appall. I will give thanks unto the Lord of us, according to his heavenly equity, and will to highest name yield praises high. End of Psalm 7.
Psalm 8 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 8. Domine Dominus noster. O Lord, that rulest our mortal line, how through the world thy name doth shine, that hast of thine unmatched glory upon the heavens engraven the story. From sucklings hast thy honour sprung, thou force hast flowed from baby's tongue, whereby then stoppest thine enemies prating, bent to revenge and over-hating. When I upon the heavens do look, which all from thee their essence took, when moon and stars my thoughts beholdeth, whose life no life but of thee holdeth, then think I, what is this man, whom that great God remember can? And what the race of him descended, it should be aught of God attended. But though in less than angel state thou planted hast this earthly mate, yet hast thou made even him an owner of glorious crown and crowning honour. Thou placest him upon all lands to rule the works of thine own hands, and so thou hast all things ordained, that even his feet have on them reigned. Thou under his dominion placed both sheep and oxen wholly hast, and all the beasts for ever breeding, which in the fertile fields be feeding. The bird, free burgess of the air, the fish, of sea the native air, and what things else of waters traceth, the unworn paths his rule embraceth. O Lord, that rulest our mortal line, how through the world thy name doth shine. End of Psalm 8.
Psalm 9 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 9. Confitebor tibi. With all my heart, O Lord, I will praise thee. My speech is, all thy marvels shall decry. In thee my joys and comforts ever be. Yea, even my songs thy name shall magnify, O Lord most high. Because my foes to fly are now constrained, and they are fallen, nay, perished at thy sight. For thou my cause, my right thou hast maintained, setting thyself in throne which shined bright, of judging right. The Gentiles thou rebuked sorely hast, and wicked folks from thee to wrack do wend, and their renown, which seemed so like to last, thou dost put out, and quite consuming send to endless end. O bragging foe, where is the endless wast of conquered states whereby such fame you got? What? Doth their memory no longer last? Both ruins, ruiners, and ruined plot be quite forgot. But God shall sit in his eternal chair, which he prepared to give his judgments high. Thither the world for justice shall repair. Then he to all his judgments shall apply perpetually. Thou, Lord, also the oppressed will defend, that they to thee in troublous time may flee. They that know thee, on thee their trust will bend, for thou, Lord, found by them wilt ever be, that seek to thee. O praise the Lord, this Zion dweller good, show forth his acts, and this as act most high, that he inquiring doth require just blood, which he forgetteth not, nor letteth die, the afflicted cry. Have mercy, mercy, Lord, I once did say, ponder the pains which on me loaden be, by them whose minds on hateful thoughts do stray. Thou, Lord, that from death gates hast lifted me, I call to thee. that I within the ports most beautiful of Zion's daughter may sound forth thy praise, that I, even I, of heavenly comfort full, may only joy in all thy saving ways throughout my days. No sooner said, but lo, mine enemies sink down in the pit which they themselves had wrought, and in that net which they well hidden think is their own foot, led by their own ill thought, most surely caught. For then the Lord in judgment shows to reign, when godless men be snared in their own snares, when wicked souls be turned to hellish pain, and that forgetful sort which never cares what God prepares. But on the other side the poor in spirit shall not be scrapped from out of heavenly score, nor meek abiding of the peant wight, yet perish shall, although his pain be sore, for evermore. Up, Lord, and judge the Gentiles in thy right, and let not man have upper hand of thee. With terrors great, O Lord, do thou them fright, that by sharp proofs the heathen themselves may see but men to be. End of Psalm 9. Psalm 10 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 10. Ut Quid Domine. Why standest thou so far, O God, our only star, in time most fit for thee, to help who vexed be? For lo, with pride the wicked man still plagues the poor the most he can. O let proud him be thoroughly caught in craft of his own crafty thought. For he himself doth praise, when he his lust doth ease, extolling ravenous gain, but doth God's self disdain. Nay, so proud is his puffed thought, that after God he never sought, but rather much his fancy's this, the name of God a fable is. For while his ways do prove on them he sets his love, thy judgments are to he can them not espy. Therefore he doth defy all those that dare themselves to him oppose, and saith in his bragging heart, this gotten bliss shall never part. Nor he removed be, nor danger ever see, yet from his mouth doth spring cursing and coarsening, under his tongue do harboured lie both mischief and iniquity, for proof oft lain in wait he is in secret byway villages. In such a place unknown, to slay the hurtless one, with winking eyes bent against the innocent, like lurking lion in his den, he waits to spoil the simple men, whom to their loss he still doth get, when once he draweth his wily net. Oh, with how simple look he oft layeth out his hook, and with how humble shows to trap poor souls he goes. Thus freely saith he in his sprite, God sleeps, or hath forgotten quite his far-off sight. Now had wink is, his leisure wants to mark all this. Then rise and come abroad, O Lord, our only God, lift up thy heavenly hand, and by the silly stand. Why should the evil, so evil, despise the power of thy through-seeing eyes? And why should he in heart so hard say thou dost not thine own regard? But naked before thine eyes all wrong and mischief lies, for of them in thy hands the balance evenly stands. But who aright poor-minded be, commit their cause themselves to thee, the succour of the succourless, the father of the fatherless. Break thou the wicked arm, whose fury bends to harm, search them, and wicked he will straightway nothing be. O Lord, we shall thy title sing ever and ever to be King, who hast the heathenly folk destroyed from out thy land by them annoyed. Thou openest heavenly door to prayers of the poor, thou first prepared their mind, then ear to them enlightened. O be thou still the orphan's aid, that poor from ruin may be stayed, lest we should ever fear the lust of earthly man, a lord of dust. End of Psalm 10. Psalm 11 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 11 in Domino Confido. Since I do trust Jehovah still, your fearful words why do you spill, that like a bird to some strong hill I now shall fall a-flying? Behold, the evil have bent their bow, and set their arrows in a row, to give unawares a mortal blow to hearts that hate all lying. But that in building they begun, with ground plots fall shall be undone. For what, alas, have just men done? In them no cause is growing. God in his holy temple is, the throne of heaven is only his, naught his all-seeing sight can miss, his eyelids pierce our going. The Lord doth search the just man's reins, but hates abhors the wicked brains. On them storms, brimstone, coals he rains, that is their share assigned. But so of happy other side his lovely face on them doth bide, in race of life their fate to guide, who be to God inclined. End of Psalm 11. Psalm 12 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 12. Salvum me fac. Lord, help, it is high time for me to call. No men are left that charity doth love, nay, even the race of good men are decayed. Of things vain with vain mates they babble all. Their abject lips no breath but flattery move, sent from false heart on double meaning stayed. But thou, O Lord, give them a thorough fall, those lying lips from cozening head remove, in falsehood wrapped, but in their pride displayed. Our tongues, say they, beyond them all shall go, we both have power, and will our tales to tell, for what Lord rules our brave emboldened breast? Ah, now even for their sakes, that taste of woe, whom troubles toss, whose nature's need doth quell, even for the sighs, true sighs of man distressed. I will get up, saith God, and my help show, against all them that against him do swell, meagre his foes, I will him set at rest. These are God's words are ever pure, pure, purer than the silver thoroughly tried, when fire 7 times hath spent his earthly parts. Then thou, O Lord, shalt keep the good still sure, by thee preserved, in thee they shall abide, yea, in no age thy bliss from them departs. Thou seest each side the walking doth endure, of these bad folks more lifted up with pride, which, if it last, woe to all simple hearts. End of Psalm 12. Psalm 13 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 13. Usque quo, Domine. How long, O Lord, shall I forgotten be? What, ever? How long wilt thou thy hidden face from me dissever? How long shall I consult with careful sprite in anguish? How long shall I with foes' triumphant might thus languish? Behold me, Lord, let thy hearing creep my crying, nay, give me eyes and light, lest that I sleep in dying. Lest my foe brag that in my ruin he prevailed, and at my fall they joy that troublous me assailed. No, no, I trust on thee, and joy in thy great pity. Still, therefore, of thy graces shall be my song's ditty. End of Psalm 13. Psalm 14 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 14. Dixit Incipiens. The foolish man, by flesh and fancy led, his guilty heart with this fond thought hath fed, there is no God that reigneth. And so thereafter he and all his mates do works which earth corrupt and heaven hates, not one that good remaineth. Even God himself sent down his piercing eye, if of this clay race he could espy one that his wisdom learneth. And lo, he finds that all astraying went, all plunged in stinking filth, not one well bent, not one that God discerneth. O madness of these folks thus loosely led, these cannibals who, as if they were bread, God's people do devour, nor ever call on God, but they shall quake more than they now do brag, when he shall take the just into his power. Indeed the poor, oppressed by you mock, their counsels are your common jesting stock, but God is their recomfort. Ah, when from Zion shall the Saviour come, that Jacob freed by thee may glad become, and Israel full of comfort? End of Psalm 14.
Psalm 15 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 15. Domine quis habitabit. In tabernacle thine, O Lord, who shall remain? Lord of thy holy hill, who shall the rest obtain? Even he that leads a life of uncorrupted train, whose deeds of righteous heart, whose hearty words be plain, who with deceitful tongue hath never used to feign, nor neighbour hurts by deed, nor doth with slander stain, whose eyes a person vile doth hold in vile disdain, but doth with honour great the godly entertain, who oath and promise given doth faithfully maintain, although some worldly loss thereby he may sustain, from biting usury whoever doth refrain, who sells not guiltless cause for filthy love of gain, who thus proceeds, for I in sacred mount shall reign. End of Psalm 15.
Psalm 16 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 16. Conserva me. Save me, Lord. For why? Thou art all the hope of all my heart. Witness thou, my soul, with me, that to God, my God, I say, Thou, my Lord, thou art my stay, though my works reach not to thee. This is all the best I prove. Good and godly men I love, and foresee their wretched pain, who to other gods do run. Their blood offerings I do shun, nay, to name their names disdain. God my only portion is, and of my child's part the bliss. He then shall maintain my lot. Say then, is not my lot found in a goodly, pleasant ground? Have not I fair partage got? Ever, Lord, I will bless thee, who dost ever counsel me, even when night, with his black wing sleepy darkness doth o'ercast. In my inward reins I taste of my faults and chastening. My eyes still my God regard, and he my right hand doth guard. So I cannot be oppressed, so my heart is fully glad, so in joy my glory clad. Yea, my flesh in hope shall rest. For I know the deadly grave on my soul no power shall have. For I know thou wilt defend even the body of thine own dear beloved Holy One from a foul corrupting end. Thou life's path will make me know, in whose view doth plenty grow, all delights that souls can crave, and whose bodies placed stand on the blessed making hand. They all joys like endless have. End of Psalm 16. Psalm 17 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 17, Exaudi Domine, Justitiam. My suit is just, just Lord. To my suit hark. I plain, sweet Lord, my plaint for pity mark. And since my lips feign not to thee, thine ears vouchsafe to bend to me. O let my sentence pass from thine own face, show that thine eyes respect a faithful case. Thou that by proof acquainted art with inward secrets of my heart, where silent night might seem all faults to hide, then was I by thy searching insight tried, and then by thee was guiltless found from ill word and ill meaning sound. Not weighing aught how fleshly fancies run, led by thy word, the ravener's steps I shun, and pray that still you guide my way, lest yet I slip or go astray. I say again that I have called on thee, and boldly say thou wilt give ear to me, and let my words my cries ascend, which to thyself my soul will send. Show then, O Lord, thy wondrous kindness show. Make us in marvels of thy mercies know, that thou by faithful men wilt stand, and save them from rebellious hand. Then keep me as the apple of an eye. In thy wings' shade then let me hidden lie, from my destroying wicked foes, who for my death do me enclose. Their eyes do swim, their face doth shine in fat, and cruel words their swelling tongues do chat. And yet their high hearts look so low, as how to watch our overthrow. Now like a lion gaping to make praise, now like his whelp in den that lurking stays. Up, Lord, prevent those gaping jaws, and bring to naught those watching paws. Save me from them, thou usest as thy blade, from men, I say, and from men's worldly trade, whose life does seem most greatly blessed, and count this life their portion best. Whose bellies so with dainties thou dost fill, and so with hidden treasures grant their will, that they in riches flourish do, and children have to leave it to. What would they more? And I would not their ease. My joy shall be pure, to enjoy thy face, when waking of this sleep of mine, I shall see thee in likeness thine. End of Psalm 17. Psalm 18 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 18, Benedicam Te. Thee will I love, O Lord, with all my heart's delight, my strength, my strongest rock, which my defense has borne, my God and helping God, my might and trustful might, my never-pierced shield, my ever-saving horn, my refuge then, when most I am forlorn. Whom then shall I invoke but thee, most worthy praise, on whom against my foes my only safety stays? On me the pains of death already 'gan to prey, the floods of wickedness on me did horrors throw, like in a winding sheet, wretched I already lay. This my distress to God with wailful cries I show, already ready to my snaring grave to go. My cries climbed up, and he bent down from sacred throne, his eyes unto my case, his ears unto my moan. And so the earth did fall, to tremble and to quake the mountains proudly high, and their foundations bent with motion of his rage, did to the bottom shake. He came, but came with smoke, from out his nostrils sent, flames issued from his mouth, and burning coals outwent. He bowed the heavens, and from the bowed heavens did descend with hugy darkness, which about his feet did wend. The cherubims their backs, the winds did yield their wings to bear his sacred flight. In secret place then closed, about which he dim clouds like a pavilion, brings clouds even of waters, dark and thickest air composed. But straight his shining eyes this misty mass disclosed. Then hail, then fiery coals, then thundered heavenly sire. Then spake he, his loud voice, then hailstones, coals, and fire. Then out his arrows fly, and straight they scattered ben. Lightning on lightning he did for their wrack augment. The gulfs of waters then were through their channels seen. The world's foundations then laid bare, because he shent with blasting breath, O Lord, that in thy chiding went. Then sent he from above, and took me from below, even from the water's depth, my God preserved me so. So did he save me from my mighty furious foe. So did he save me from their then prevailing hate, for they had caught me up when I was weak in woe. But he, staff of my age, he stayed my stumbling state. This much, yet more, when I by him this freedom gate, by him because I did find in his eyesight grace, he lifted me into a largely noble place. My justice, my just hands thus did the Lord reward, because I walked his ways, nor gainst him evilly went, still to his judgments looked, still for his statutes cared. Sound and upright with him, to wickedness not bent. Therefore I say again, this goodness he me sent, as he before his eyes did see my justice stand, according as he saw the pureness of my hand. Meek to meek thou art, the good thy goodness taste. Pure to the pure, thou dealest with the crooked crookedly. Up then thou lift'st the poor, and down the proud will cast. Up thou dost light my light, and clear my darkened eye. I hosts by thee o'ercome, by thee o'er walls I fly. Thy way is soundly sure, thy word is purely tried. To them that trust in thee, a shield thou dost abide. For who is God besides this great Jehovah ours? And so, besides our God, who is endued with might? This God then girded me in his almighty powers. He made my cumbrous way to me most plainly right. To match with light-foot stags, he made my foot so light that I climbed the highest hill. He me war points did show, strengthening mine armies, that they could break an iron bow. Thou gavest me saving shield, thy right hand was my stay. Me in increasing skill, thy kindness did maintain. Unto my strengthened steps, thou didst enlarge the way. My heels and plants thou didst from stumbling slip sustain. What foes I did pursue, my force did them attain. That ere I returned, destroyed them utterly with such brave wounds that they under my feet did lie. For why? My fighting strength by thy strength strengthened was. Not I, but thou, throws down those who 'gainst me do rise. Thou gavest me their necks, on them thou madest me pass. Behold, they cry, but who to them help applies? Nay, to thee they cried, but thou heardst not their cries. I beat those folks as small as dust, which wind doth raise. I beat them as the clay is beat, in beaten ways. Thus freed from troublous men, thou makest me to reign. Yea, thou makest me be served by folks I never knew. My name their ears, their hearts, to me enchained. Even fear makes strangers shew much love, though much untrue. But they do fail, and in their mazed corners rue. Then live Jehovah still, my rock still blessed be. Let him be lifted up, that hath preserved me. He that is my revenge, in whom I realms subdue, who freed me from my foes, from rebels guarded me, and rid me from the wrongs which cruel wits did brew. Among the Gentiles, then, I, Lord, yield thanks to thee. I to thy name will sing, and thus my song shall be. He nobly saves his king, and kindness keeps in store for David, his anoint, and his seed evermore. End of Psalm 18, read by Owlivia.
Psalm 19 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 19, Coeli inerrant. The heavenly frame sets forth the fame of him that only thunders. The firmament, so strangely bent, shows his hand-working wonders. Day unto day doth it display, their course doth it acknowledge, and night to night, succeeding right, in darkness teach clear knowledge. There is no speech, nor language, which is so of skill bereaved, but of the skies the teaching cries they have heard and conceived. There be no eyne but read the line, from so fair book proceeding, their words be set in letters great, for everybody's reading. Is not he blind that doth not find the tabernacle builded? There, by his grace, for sun's fair face, in beams of beauty gilded. Who forth doth come, like a bridegroom, from out his veiling places, as glad is he, as giants be, to run their mighty races. His race is even, from ends of heaven, about that vault he goeth. There be no realms hid from his beams, his heat to all he throweth. O law of his, how perfect 'tis, the very soul amending, God's witness sure for aye doth dure, to simplest wisdom lending. God's dooms be right, and cheer the sprite, all his commandments being, so purely wise they give the eyes both light and force of seeing. Of him the fear doth cleanness bear, and so endures for ever. His judgments be self-verity, they are unrighteous never. Then what man would so soon seek gold, or glittering golden money? By them is passed, in sweetest taste, honey or comb of honey. By them is made thy servant's trade, most circumspectly guarded, and who doth frame to keep the same shall fully be rewarded. Who is the man that ever can his faults know and acknowledge? O Lord, cleanse me from faults that be most secret from all knowledge. Thy servant keep, lest in him creep presumptuous sins, offences. Let them not have me for their slave, nor reign upon my senses. So shall my sprite be still upright in thought and conversation. So shall I bide, well purified from much abomination. So let words sprung from my weak tongue, and my heart's meditation, my saving might, Lord, in thy sight, receive good acceptation. End of Psalm 19.
Psalm 20 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 20, Exultate Dominus. Let God the Lord hear thee, even in the day when most thy troubles be. Let name of Jacob's God, when thou on it doth cry, defend thee still from all thy foes abroad. From sanctuary high, let him come down and help to thee apply. From Sion's holy top, thence let him undertake, with heavenly strength thy earthly strength to prop. Let him notorious make that in good part he did thy offerings take. Let fire for trial burn, yea, fire from him self-sent, thy offerings, so that they to ashes turn. And so let him consent to grant thy will, and perfect thy extent, that in thy saving we may joy and banners raise up to our God, when thy suits granted be. Now in me knowledge says that God from fall his own anointed stays. From heavenly holy land I know that he hears me, yea, hears with powers and help of helpful hand. Let trust of some men be in chariots armed, others in chivalry, but let all our conceit upon God's holy name, who in our Lord with due remembrance waits. Behold their broken shame, we stand upright while they their fall did frame. Assist us, Saviour dear, let that King deign to hear, when as to him our prayers do appear. End of Psalm 20.
Psalm 21 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 21. Domine in virtuta tua. New joy unto our King. Lord, from thy strength is growing. Lord, what delights to him doth bring, his safety from thee flowing. Thou hast given what his heart would have. Nay, soon as he but moved his lips to ask what he would crave, he had as him behooved. Yea, thou preventest ere ask he could, with many liberal blessing, crown of his head with crown of gold of purest metal dressing. He did but ask a life of thee, thou him a long life gavest. Lo, even unto eternity the life of him thou savest. We may well call his glory great, that springs from thy salvation. Thou it is that hast him set in so high estimation. Like storehouse thou of blessings, madest this man of everlasting, unspeakably his heart thou gladdest, on him thy countenance casting. And why all this? Because our King in heaven his trust hath laid. He only leans on highest thing, so from base slip is stayed. Thy hand thy foes shall overtake, that thee so evil hated, thou as in fiery oven shall make these mates to be amated. The Lord on them with causeful ire shall use destroying power, and flames of never quenched fire shall these bad wise devour. Their fruit shall thou from earthly face send unto desolation, and from among the human race root out their generation. For they to overthrow thy will full wily intended, but all their bad mischievous skill shall fruitlessly be ended. For like a mark, thou shalt a row set them in pointed places, and ready make thy vengeful bow against their guilty faces. Lord, in thy strength, Lord, in thy might, thy honor high be raised, and so shall in our songs delight thy power still be praised. End of Psalm 21.
Psalm 22 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 22. Deus, Deus meus. My God, why hast thou me forsaken? Woe me, from me why is thy presence taken? So far from seeing mine unhealthful eyes, so far from hearing to my roaring cries. O God, my God, I cry while day appeareth, but God, thy ear my crying never heareth. O God, the night is privy to my plaint, yet to my plaint thou hast not audience lent. But thou art holy, and dost hold thy dwelling, where Israel thy Lord's is ever telling. Our fathers still to thee their trust did bear, they trusted, and by thee delivered were. They were set free, when they upon thee called, they hoped on thee, and they were not appalled. But I, a worm, not I of mankind am, nay, shame of men, the people's scorning game. The lookers now at me, poor wretch, be mocking, with mows and nods they stand about me flocking. Let God help him, say they, whom he did trust, let God save him, in whom was all his lust. And yet, even from the womb thyself didst take me, at mother's breasts thou didst good hope betake me. No sooner my child eyes could look abroad, than I was given to thee, thou wert my God. Oh, be not far, since pain so nearly presseth, and since there is not one who it redresseth. I am enclosed with young bulls' madded rout, nay, Bassan's mighty bulls close me about. With gaping mouths these folks on me have charged, like lions fierce, with roaring jaws enlarged. On me all this, who do like waters slide, whose loosed bones quite out of joint beride, whose heart with these huge flames like wax o'erheated doth melt away, though it be inmost seated. My moistening strength is like a potsherd dried, my cleaving tongue close to my roof doth bide. And now am brought, alas, brought by thy power, unto the dust of my death's running hour. For bawling dogs have compassed me about, yea, worse than dogs, a naughty wicked rout. My humble hands, my fainting feet they pierced, they look, they gaze, my bones might be rehearsed. Of my poor weeds they do partition make, and do cast lots who should my vesture take. But be not far, O Lord, my strength, my comfort, hasten to help me in this deep discomfort. Ah, from the sword, yet save my vital sprite, my desolated life from dogged might. From lion's mouth, O help, and show to hear me, by aiding when fierce unicorns came near me. To brethren then I will declare thy fame, and with these words, when they meet, praise thy name. Who fear the Lord, all praise and glory bear him. You Israel's seed, you come of Jacob, fear him. For he hath not abhorred, nor yet disdained, the silly wretch with foul affliction stained. Nor hid from him his face's fair appearing, but when he called, the Lord did give him hearing. In congregation great I will praise thee, who fear thee shall my vows performed see. The afflicted then shall eat and be well pleased, and God shall be by those his seekers praised. Indeed, O you that be of such mind, you shall the life that ever liveth find. But what, I say, from earth's remotest border, unto due thoughts mankind his thoughts shall order, and turn to God, and all the nations be made worshippers before Almighty Thee. And reason, since the crown to God pertaineth, and that by right upon all realms he reigneth, they that be made even fat with earth's fat good, shall feed and laud the giver of their food. To him shall kneel even who to dust be stricken, even he whose life no help of man can quicken. His service shall from child to child descend, his dooms one age shall to another send. End of Psalm 22.
Psalm 23 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 23. Dominus regit me. The Lord my shepherd is, and so can never I taste misery. He rests me in green pasture his, by waters still and sweet he guides my feet. He me revives, leads me the way, which righteousness doth take for his name's sake. Yea, though I should through valleys stray, of death's dark shade I will no whit fear ill. For thou, dear Lord, thou me beset'st, thy rod and thy staff be to comfort me. Before me thou a table set'st, even when foes' envious eye doth it espy. Thou oilest my head, thou fillest my cup, nay more, thou endless good shall give me food. To thee, I say, ascended up, where thou, the Lord of all, dost hold thy hall. End of Psalm 23, read by Alan Mapstone.
Psalm 24 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 24, Domine est terra. The earth is God's, and what the globe of earth containeth, and all who in that globe do dwell. For by his power the land upon the ocean reigneth, through him the floods to their beds fell. Who shall climb to the hill which God's own hill is named? Who shall stand in his holy place? He that hath Hurtle's hands, whose inward heart is framed, all pureness ever to embrace. Who, shunning vanity and works of vainness leaving, vainly doth not puff up his mind. Who never doth deceive, and much less his deceiving with perjury doth falsely bind. A blessing from the Lord, from God of his salvation, sweet righteousness shall he receive. Jacob, this is thy seed, God-seeking generation, who search of God's face never leave. Lift up your heads, you gates, and you doors ever biding, in comes the King of glory bright. Who is this glorious King, in might and power riding? The Lord, whose strength makes battles fight. Lift up your heads, you gates, and you doors ever biding, in comes the King of glory bright. Who is this glorious King? The Lord of armies guiding, even he is the King of glory hight. End of Psalm 24. Psalm 25 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 25. Ad te, Domine. To thee, O Lord most just, I lift my inward sight. My God, in thee I trust. Let me not ruin quite. Let not those foes that me annoy on my complaint build up their joy. Sure, who hope in thee shall never suffer shame. Let them confounded be that causeless wrongs do frame. Yea, Lord, to me thy ways do show. Teach me, thus vexed, what path to go. Guide me as thy truth guides. Teach me, for why thou art the God in whom abides the saving me from smart. For never day such changing wrought, that I from trust in thee was brought. Remember, only King, thy mercy's tenderness. To thy remembrance bring thy kindness, lovingness. Let those things thy remembrance grave, since they eternal essence have. But, Lord, remember not sin's brood in youthful glass, nor my rebellious blot. since youth and they do pass, but in thy kindness me record, even for thy mercy's sake, O Lord. Of grace and righteousness the Lord such plenty hath, that he deigns to express to sinning men his path. The meek he doth in judgment lead, and teach the humble how to tread. And what think you may be the paths of my great God? Even spotless verity and mercy spread abroad, to such as keep his covenant, and on his testimonies plant. O Lord, for thy name's sake, let my iniquity of thee some mercy take, though it be great in me. Oh, is there one with his fear fraught? He shall be by best teacher taught. Lo, how his blessing buds, inward and inward rest, outward all outward goods, by his seed eke possessed. For such he makes his secret know, to such he doth his covenant show. Where then should my eyes be, but still on this Lord set, who doth and will set free my feet from tangling net? O look, O help, let mercy fall, for I am poor and least of all. My woes are still increased, shield me from these assaults. See how I am oppressed, and pardon all my faults. Behold my foes, what store they be, who hate, yea, hate me cruelly. My soul which thou didst make, now made, O Lord, maintain, and me from these ills take, lest I rebuke sustain. For thou, the Lord, thou only art, of whom the trust lives in my heart. Let my uprightness gain some safety unto me. I say and say again, my hope is all in thee. In fine, deliver Israel, O Lord, from all his troubles fell. End of Psalm 25. Psalm 26 of the Psalms of David, by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 26. Jubilate me Domine. Lord, judge me and my case, for I have made my race within the bounds of innocence to bide, and setting thee for scope of all my trustful hope, I held for sure that I should never slide. Prove me, O Lord Most High, me with thy touchstone dry, yea, sound my reins and inmost of my heart, for so thy loving hand before my eyes doth stand, that from thy truth I never will depart. I did not them frequent, who be to vainness bent, nor kept with base dissemblers company, nay, I did even detest of wicked wights the nest, and from the haunts of such bad folks did fly. In the innocence of me my hands shall washed be, and with those hands about thy altar wait, that I may still express, with voice of thankfulness, the works performed by thee, most wondrous great. Lord, I have loved well the house where thou dost dwell, even where thou mark'st thy honour's bidding place. Sweet Lord, write not my soul within the sinner's roll, nor my life's cause match with blood-seeker's case. With hands of wicked shifts, with right hands stained with gifts, but while I walk in my unspotted ways, redeem and show me grace, so I in public place, set on plain ground, will thee, Jehovah, praise. End of Psalm 26.
Psalm 27 of the Psalms of David, by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 27. Dominus Illuminatio. The shining Lord, he is my light. The strong God my salvation is. Who shall be able me to fright? This Lord with strength my life doth bliss. And shall I then fear might of men? When wicked folk, even they that be my foes to utmost of their power, with raging jaws environ me, my very flesh for to devour. They stumble so, that down they go. Then though against me armies were, my courage should not be dismayed. Though Batai's brunt I need must bear, while Batai's brunt on me were laid. In this I would my trust still hold. One thing indeed I did and will forever crave, that dwell I may in house of high Jehovah still, on beauty his my eyes to stay, and look into his temple too. For when great griefs to me be meant, in tabernacle his he will hide me even closely in his tent, yea, noble height of rocky hill. He makes to be a seat for me. Now shall he lift up my head on my besieging enemies. So I in temple his shall spread offerings of joy and sacrifice, and song accord to praise the Lord. Hear, Lord, when I my voice display. Hear to have mercy eke of me. Seek ye my face when thou didst say, in truth of heart I answered thee. O Lord, I will seek thy face still. Hide not, therefore, from me that face, since all my aid in thee I got. In rage thy servant do not chase. Forsake not me, O leave me not. O God of my salvation high. Though father's care and mother's love abandoned me, yet my decay should be restored by him above. Teach, Lord, Lord, lead me thy right way, because of those that be my foes, unto whose ever hating lust, O give me not, for there are sprung against me witnesses unjust, even such, I say, whose lying tongue fiercely affords most cruel words. What had I been except I had believed God's goodness for to see, in land with living creatures glad? Hope, trust in God, be strong, and he unto thy heart shall joy impart. End of Psalm 27. Recording by Sam Carcamo. Psalm 28 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 28. Ad te, Domine. To thee, Lord, my cry I send. O my strength, stop not thine ear, lest if answered thou forbear, I be like them that descend to the pit where flesh doth end. Therefore, while that I may cry, while I that way hold my hands, where thy sanctuary stands, to thyself those words apply, which from suing voice do fly. Link not me in selfsame chain with the wicked working folk, who their spotted thoughts to cloak, neighbors friendly entertain, when in hearts they malice mean. Spare not them, give them reward, as their deeds have purchased it. As deserves their wicked wit, fare they as their hands have fared, even so be their guerdon shared. To thy works they give no eye, let them be thrown down by thee. Let them not restored be, but let me give praises high to the Lord that hears my cry. That God is my strength, my shield, all my trust on him was set, and so I did safety get. So shall I with joy be filled, so my songs his lauds shall yield. God on them his strength doth lay, who his anointed help have. Lord, then still thy people save. Bless thine heritage, I say. Feed and lift them up for aye. End of Psalm 28. Recording by Sam Carcamo.
Psalm 29, from the Psalms of David, by Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 29, Afferte Domino. Ascribe unto the Lord of light, ye men of power, e'en by birthright, ascribe all glory and all might. Ascribe due glory to his name, and in his ever glorious frame of sanctuary do the same. His voice is on the waters found, his voice doth threatening thunder sound, yea, through the waters doth resound. The voice of that Lord ruling us is strong, though he be gracious, and ever, ever glorious. By voice of high Jehovah we the highest cedars broken see, e'en cedars which on Lebanon be. Nay, like young calves in leaps are born, and Lebanon's self with nature's scorn, and Shirion like young unicorn. His voice doth flashing flames divide, his voice have trembling deserts tried, e'en deserts where the Arabs bide. His voice makes hinds their calves to cast, his voice makes bold the forest waste, but in his church his fame is placed. He sits on seas, he endless reigns, his strength his people's strength maintains, which blessed by him in peace remains. End of Psalm 29. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone.
Psalm 30 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 30. Exultabo te Domine. O Lord, thou hast exalted me, and saved me from foes' laughing scorn. I owe thee praise, I will praise thee. For when my heart with woes was torn, in cries to thee I showed my cause, and was from evil by thee upborne. Yea, from the grave's moist hungry jaws, thou wouldst not set me in their score, whom death to his cold bosom draws. Praise, praise this Lord then evermore, ye saints of his, remembering still, with thanks his holiness therefore. For quickly ends his wrathful will, but his dear favour where it lies, from age to age life joys doth fill. Well may the evening clothe the eyes in clouds of tears, but soon as sun doth rise again, new joys shall rise. For proof, while I my race did run, full of success, fond I did say, that I should never be undone. For then my hill good God did stay, but he straight his face did hide, and what was I but wretched clay? Then thus to thee I praying cried, what serves, alas, the blood of me, when I within the pit do bide? Shall ever earth give thanks to thee, or shall thy truth on mankind laid in deadly dust declared be? Lord, hear, let mercy thine be stayed on me, from me help this annoy. This much I said, this being said. Lo, I that wailed now dance for joy. Thou didst ungird my doleful sack, and madest me gladsome weeds enjoy. Therefore my tongue shall never lack thy endless praise, O God, my King. I will thee thanks for ever sing. End of Psalm 30.
Psalm 31 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 31. In te Domine sperave. All my trust, Lord, I have put in thee. Never therefore let me confounded be, but gently save me in thy righteousness. Bow down thine ear to hear how much I need. Deliver me in speed. Be my strong rock, be thou my fortress. Indeed, thou art my rock and my fortress. Then, since my tongue delights that name to bless, direct me how to go, and guide me right. Preserve me from the wily wrapping net, which they for me with privy craft have set. For still I say, thou art my only might. Into thy hands I do commend my sprite, for it is thou that hast restored my light. O Lord, that are the God of verity, I hated have those men whose thoughts do cleave to vanities, which most trust, most deceive. For all my hope fixed upon God doth lie. Thy mercy shall fill me with jollity, for my annoys have come before thine eye. Thou well hast known what plague my soul was in, and thou hast not for aye enclosed me within the hand of hateful enmity, but hast enlarged my feet from mortal gin. O Lord, of thee let me still mercy win, for troubles of all sides have hemmed me in. My eyes, my guts, yea, my soul, grief doth waste. My life with heaviness, my years with moan, do pine. My strength with pain is wholly gone, and even my bones consume where they be placed. All my fiery foes reproach on me did cast. Yea, neighbours more, my mates were so aghast, that in the streets from sight of me they fled. Now I, myself forgotten find, even like a dead man dreamed out of mind, or like a broken pot in mire that's tread. I understand what railing great men spread. Fear was each where, while they their counsels led, all to this point, how my poor life to take. But I did trust in thee, Lord, I did say, thou art my God, my time on thee doth stay. Save me from foes, who for my bane do seek. Thy face to shine upon thy servant make, and save me in, and for thy mercy's sake. Let me not taste of shame, O Lord most high, for I have called on thee. Let wicked folk confounded be, and pass away like smoke. Let them in bed of endless silence die. Let those lips be made dumb which love to lie, which full of spite, of pride, and cruelty, doth throw their words against the most upright. O of thy grace what endless pleasure flows to whom fear thee. What thou hast done for those that trust in thee, even in the most open sight, and when need were, from pride and privy plight, thou hast hid them, yet leaving them thy light from strife of tongues, in thy pavilions placed. Then praise I do the Lord of us, who was to me more than most gracious, far, far more sure than walls most firmly fast. Yet I confess that in that tempestuous haste I said that I from out thy sight was cast. But thou didst hear when I to thee did moan. Then love the Lord all ye that feel his grace, for this our Lord preserves the faithful race, and to the proud indeed pays home their own. Be strong, I say, this strength confirming you, you that do trust in him who still is true, and he shall your establishment renew. End of Psalm 31. Recording by Owlivia.
Psalm 32 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 32. Beate quorum. Blessed is he whose filthy stain the Lord with pardon doth make clean, whose fault well hidden lieth. Blessed indeed, to whom the Lord imputes not sins to be abhorred, whose spirit falsehood flieth. Thus I press down with weight of pain, whether I silent did remain, or roared, my bones still wasted, for so both day and night did stand on wretched me thy heavy hand, my life hot torments tasted. Till myself did my faults confess, and opened mine own wickedness, whereto my heart did give me, so I myself accused to God, and his sweet grace straight cased the rod, and did due pain forgive me. Therefore shall every godly one in fit time make to thee his moan, when thou wilt deign to hear him. Sure, sure, the flood of straying streams, however they put in their claims, shall never dare come near him. Thou art my safe and secret place, who savedst me from troublous case, to songs and joyful bidding. But who so will instructed be, come, come the way I will teach thee, guide thee by my eyes guiding. O be not like a horse or mule, wholly devoid of reason's rule, whose mouths thyself dost bridle, knowing full well that beasts they be, and therefore soon would mischief me, if thou remainedest idle. Woes, woes shall come to wicked folks, but who on God his trust invokes, with mercies shall be swarmed. Be glad, you good, in God have joy, joy be to you who do enjoy your hearts with clearness armed. End of Psalm 32.
Psalm 33 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 33, Exultate Justi. Rejoice in God, O ye that righteous be, for cheerful thankfulness is a comely part in them whose heart doth cherish rightfulness. O praise with heart the Lord, O now accord, viols with singing voice. Let 10-stringed instrument, O now be bent, to witness you rejoice. Anew, sing a new song to him most strong, sing loud and merrily, because that word of his most righteous is, and his deeds faithful be. He righteousness approves, and judgment loves. God's goodness fills all lands. His word made heavenly coast, and all that host by breath of his mouth stands. The waters of the seas in heaps he lays, and depths in treasure his. Let all the earth fear God, and who abroad of world a dweller is. For he spake not more soon than it was done. He bade, and it did stand. He doth heath and counsel break, and maketh weak the might of people's hand. But ever, ever shall his counsels all throughout all ages last. The thinkings of that mind no end shall find, when time's time shall be past. That realm indeed hath bliss, whose God he is, who him for their Lord take, even that people, even those, whom this Lord chose his heritage to make. The Lord looks from the sky, full well his eye beholds our mortal race, even where he dwelleth, he throughout doth see who dwell in dusky place. Since he their hearts doth frame, he knows the same, their works he understands. Hosts do the king not save, nor strong men have their help from mighty hands. Of quick strength is an horse, and yet his force is but a succor vain. Who trusts him sooner shall catch harmful fall, than true deliverance gain. But lo, Jehovah's sight on them doth light, who him do truly fear, and them which do the scope of all their hope upon his mercy bear. His sight is them to save, even from the grave, and keep from famine's pain. Then on that Lord most kind fix we our mind, whose shield shall us maintain. Our hearts sure shall enjoy in him much joy who hope on his name just. O let thy mercy great on us be set, we have no plea but trust. End of Psalm 33.
Psalm 34 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 34. Benedicam Domino. I, even I, will always give hearty thanks to him on high, and in my mouth continually in habit shall be his praise. My soul shall glory still in that dear Lord with true delight, that hearing it, the hearts contrite may learn their joys to fill. Come then, and join with me, somewhat to speak of his due praise. Strive we that in some worthy phrase his name may honoured be. Thus I begin. I sought this Lord, and he did hear my cry. Yea, and from dreadful misery he only brought. This shall men's fancies frame, to look and run to him for aid, whose faces on his comfort stayed shall never blush for shame. For lo, this wretch did call, and lo, his call the skies did climb, and God freed him in his worst time from on't his troubles all. His angels' armies round about them pitch who him do fear, and watch and ward for such do bear, to keep them safe and sound. I say, but taste and see, how sweet, how gracious is his grace. Lord, he is in thrice blessed case, whose trust is all on thee. Fear God, ye saints of his, for nothing they can ever want, who faithful fears in him do plant. They have and shall have bliss. The lions oft lack food, those ravenous whelps oft starved be, but who seek God with constancy shall nothing need that's good. Come, children, lend your ear to me, and mark what I do say, for I will teach to you the way, how this our Lord to fear. Among you, who is here that life and length of life requires, and blessing such with length desires, as life may good appear? Keep well thy lips and tongue, lest inward ills do them defile, or that by words enwrapped in guile another man be stung. Do good, from faults decline, seek peace and follow after it, for God's own eyes on good men sit, his ears to them incline. So his high heavenly face is bent, but bent against those same that wicked be, their very name from earth quite to displace. The just, when harms approach, do cry, their cry of him is heard, and by his ear from them is barred all trouble, all reproach. To humble, broken minds, this Lord is ever, ever near, and will save whom his true sight clear in sprite afflicted finds. Indeed, the very best, most great and grievous pains doth bear, but God shall him to safety rear, when most he seems oppressed. His bones he keepeth all, so that not one of them is broke, but malice shall the wicked choke, who hateth God shall fall. God doth all souls redeem, who wear his blessed livery. None shall, I say, shall ruined be, who him their truth esteem. End of Psalm 34. Psalm 35 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 35, Jubilate Domino. Speak thou for me against wrong-speaking foes. Thy force, O Lord, against their force oppose. Take up thy shield, and for my succour stand. Yea, take thy lance, and stop the way of those that seek my bane. O make me understand in sprite that I shall have thy helping hand. Confound those folks, thrust them in shameful hole, that hunt so poor a prey as is my soul, rebuke and rack on those wrongdoers throw, who for my hurt each way their thoughts did roll, and as vile chaff away the wind did blow, let angel thine a scattering make them go. Let angel thine pursue them as they fly, but let their flight be dark and slippery, for causeless they both pit and net did set, for causeless they did seek to make me die. Let their sly wits unawares destruction get, fall in self-pit, be caught in their own net. Then shall I joy in thee, then saved by thee, I both in mind and bones shall gladded be. Even bones shall say, O God, who is thy peer, who poor and weak from rich and strong dost free, who helpest those whose ruin was so near, from him whose force did in their souls appear. Who did me wrong against me witness bear, laying such things as never in me were, so my good deeds they pay with evil share, with cruel minds my very soul to tear, and whose, even his, who then they sickness bear, with inward woe and outward sackcloth wear. I did pull down myself fasting for such, I prayed with prayers which my breast did touch. In some I showed that I to them was bent, as brothers or as friends beloved much. Still, for them I humbly mourning went, like one that should his mother's death lament. But lo, soon as they did me staggering see, who joy but they, when they assembled be? Then abbicts, while I was unwitting quite, against me swarm, causeless to rail at me, with scoffers false, I was their feast's delight, even gnashing teeth, to witness more their spite. Lord, wilt thou see and wilt thou suffer it? Oh, on my soul let not these tumults hit, save me, distressed, from lions cruel kind. I will thank thee where congregations sit, even where I do most store of people find, most to thy lords will I my speeches bind. Then, let not my foes unjustly joy, let them not fleer who me would now destroy, who never word of peace yet utter would, but hunt with craft the quiet man's annoy, and said to me, wide mowing as they could, Ah, ha, sir, now we see you where we should. This thou hast seen, and wilt thou silent be? O Lord, do not absent thyself from me, but rise, but wake, that I may judgment get. My Lord, my God, even for my equity, judge, Lord, judge God, even in thy justice great. Let not their joy upon my woes be set. Let them not, Lord, within their hearts thus say, O soul, rejoice, we made this wretch our prey, but throw them down, put them to endless blame, who made a cause of joy of my decay. Let them be clothed in most confounding shame, that lift themselves my ruin for to frame. But make such glad and full of joyfulness, that yet bear love unto my righteousness. Yet let them say, Lord be to God always, who loves with God his servants good to bless. As for my tongue, while I have any days, thy justice witness shall, and speak thy praise. End of Psalm 35. Psalm 36 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 36. Dixit in Justus. Methinks amidst my heart I hear what guilty wickedness doth say, which wicked folks do hold so dear, even thus itself it doth display. No fear of God doth once appear before his eyes that thus doth stray. For those same eyes his flatterers be, till his known ill doth hatred get. His words deceit, iniquity, his deeds, yea, thoughts all good forget. Abed on mischief museth he, abroad his steps be wrongly set. Lord, how the heavens thy mercy fills, thy truth above the clouds most high, thy righteousness like hugest hills, thy judgments like the deeps do lie, thy grace with safety man fulfills, yea, beasts made safe, thy goodness try. O Lord, how excellent a thing thy mercy is, which makes mankind trust in the shadow of thy wing, who shall in thy house fatness find, and drink from out thy pleasure spring, of pleasures past the reach of mind. For why, the well of life thou art, and in thy light shall we see light. O then extend thy loving heart to them that know thee and thy might. O then thy righteousness impart to them that be in souls upright. Let not proud feet make me their thrall, let not ill hands discomfort me. Lo, there I now foresee their fall, who do ill works. Lo, I do see they are cast down, and never shall have power again to raised be. End of Psalm 36.
Psalm 37 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 37. Noli Amulari. Fret not thyself if thou do see that wicked men do seem to flourish, nor envy in thy bosom nourish, though ill deeds well succeeding be. They soon shall be cut down like grass, and wither like green herb or flower. Do well, and trust on heavenly power. Thou shalt have both good foot and place. Delight in God, and he shall breed the fullness of thine own heart's lusting. Guide thee by him, lay all thy trusting on him, and he will make it speed. For like the light he shall display thy justice in most shining lustre, and of thy judgment make a muster like to the glory of noonday. Wait on the Lord with patient hope. Chafe not at some man's great good fortune, though all his plots without misfortune attain unto their wished scope. Fume not, rage not, fret not, I say, lest such things sin in thyself cherish, for those bad folks at last shall perish, who stay for God in bliss shall stay. Watch but a while, and thou shalt see the wicked by his own pride banished. Look after him, he shall be vanished, and never found again shall be. But meek men shall the earth possess, in quiet home they shall be planted, and this delight to them is granted, they shall have peace in plenteousness. Evil men work ill to utmost might, gnashing their teeth full of disdaining, but God shall scorn their moody meaning, for their short time is in his sight. The evil bent bows and swords they drew, to have their heat on good souls wroken, but lo, their bows they shall be broken, their swords shall their own hearts embrue. Small goods in good men better is, than of bad folks the wealthy wonder, for wicked arms shall break asunder, but God upholds the just in bliss. God keeps account of good men's days, their heritage shall last forever. In peril they shall perish never, nor want in dearth their want to ease. Bad folks shall fall, and fall for aye, who to make war with God presumed, like fat of lambs shall be consumed, even with the smoke shalt waste away. Their naughty borrows paid not, the good is kind and freely giveth, whom God doth bless, he blessed liveth, whom he doth curse, to naught shall rot. The man whom God directs doth stand firm in his way God loveth, though he doth fall, no rack he proveth, he is upheld by heavenly hand. I have been young, now old I am. Yet I, the man that was betaken to justice, never saw forsaken, nor that his seed to begging came. He lends, he gives, more he doth spend, the more his seed in blessing flourish, than fly all ill, and goodness nourish, and thy good state shall never end. God loving right doth not forsake his holy ones, they are preserved from time to time, but who be swerved to ill, both they and theirs shall rack. I say, the righteous minds shall have the land in their possessing, shall dwell thereon, and this their blessing no time within his limits binds. The good mouth will in wisdom bide, his tongue of heavenly judgments telleth, for God's high law in his heart dwelleth. What comes thereof, he shall not slide. The wicked watch the righteous much, and seek of life for to bereave him, but in their hand God will not leave him, nor let him be condemned by such. Wait thou on God, and keep his way, he will exalt thee unto honour, and of the earth make thee an owner. Yea, thou shalt see the evil decay. I have the wicked seen full sound, like laurel fresh himself outspreading. Lo, he was gone, print of his treading. Though I did seek, I never found. Mark the upright, the just attend, his end shall be in peace enjoyed. But strayers vile shall be destroyed, and quite cut of with helpless end. Still the godly shall be stayed by God's most sure and sweet salvation. In time of great tribulation he shall be their true strength and aid. He shall be their true strength and aid. He shall save them from all the fetches against them used by wicked wretches, because on him their trust is laid. End of Psalm 37. Recording by Larry Wilson.
Psalm 38 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 38. Domine ne infurore. Lord, while that thy rage doth bide, do not chide, nor in anger chastise me, for thy shafts have pierced me sore, and yet more, still thy hands upon me be. No sound part caused by thy wrath my flesh hath, nor my sins let my bones rest, for my faults are highly spread on my head, whose foul weights have me oppressed. My wounds putrefy and stink in the sink of my filthy folly laid. Earthly I do bow and crook with a look still in mourning cheer arrayed. In my reins hot torment reigns, there remains nothing in my body sound. I am weak and broken sore, yet I roar, in my heart such grief is found. Lord, before thee I do lay what I pray, my sighs are not hid from thee. My heart pants, gone is my might, even the light of mine eyes abandons me. From my plague, kin, neighbour, friend, far of wend, but who for my life do wait, they lay snares, they nimble be, who hunt me, speaking ill, thinking deceit. But I, like a man become, deaf and dumb, little hearing, speaking less, I even as such kind of wight, senseless quite, word with word do not repress. For on thee, Lord, without end, I attend. My God, thou wilt hear my voice. For I said, Hear, lest they be glad on me, whom my fall doth make rejoice. Sure I do but halting go, and my woe still my o'erthwart neighbour is. Lo, I now to mourn begin for my sin, telling mine iniquities. But the while they live and grow in great show, many mighty wrongful foes, who do evil for good to me, enemies be, Why? Because I virtue chose. Do not, Lord, then me forsake, do not take thy dear presence far from me. Haste, O Lord, that I be stayed by thy aid. My salvation is in thee. End of Psalm 38. Psalm 39 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 39, Dixi Custodiam. Thus did I think, I will well mark my way, lest my tongue I hap to stray. I muzzle will my mouth, while in the sight I do abide of wicked wight. And so I nothing said, but mute I stood, I silence kept, even in the good. But still the while that I did hold my peace, the more my sorrow did increase, the more methought my heart was hot in me, and as I mused this world to see, the fire took fire, and forcibly outbrake, my tongue would needs, and thus I spake. Lord, unto me my time's just measure give, show me how long I have to live. Lo, thou a span's length madest my living line. A span? Nay, nothing in thine eyne. What do we seek? The great estate we see, at best is merely vanity. They are but shades, not true things where we live, vain shades and vain in vain to grieve. Look but on this, man still doth riches heap, and knows not who the fruit shall reap. This being thus, for what, O Lord, wait I? I wait on thee with hopeful eye. O help, help me, this far yet I crave, from my transgressions me to save. Let me not be thrown down to so base shame, that fools of me may make their game. But I do hush, why do I say thus much, since 'tis thou that makest of me such? Ah, yet from me let thy plagues be displaced, for with thy handy strokes I wast. I know that man's foul sin doth cause thy wrath, for when his sin thy scourging hath, thou moth-like makest his beauty fading be. So, what is man but vanity? Hear, Lord, my suits and cries, stop not thine ears, at these my words all clothed in tears, for I with thee on earth a stranger am. But baiting as my fathers came, stay then thy wrath, that I may strength receive, ere I my earthly being leave. End of Psalm 39. Psalm 40 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 40, Expectans expectavi. While long I did, with patient constancy, the pleasure of my God attend, he did himself to me would bend, and hearkened how and why that I did cry, and me from pit bemired, from dungeon he retired, where I in horrors lay, setting my feet upon a steadfast rocky stone, and my weak steps did stay. So in my mouth he did a song afford, new sung unto our God of praise, which many seeing hearts did raise, to fear with trust, and trust with fear the Lord. O he indeed is blessed, whose trust is so addressed, who bends not wandering eyes to great men's peacock pride, nor ever turns aside to follow after lies. My God, thy wondrous works, how manifold! What man thy thoughts can count to thee? I fain of them would speaking be, but they are more than can by me be told. Thou sacrifice nor offering, burnt offering, not sin offering, didst like, much less didst crave, but thou didst pierce my ear which should thy lessons bear, and witness me thy slave. Thus bound, I say, Lo, Lord, I am at hand, for in thy book's roll I am writ, and sought with deeds thy will to hit. Yea, Lord, thy law within my heart doth stand. I to great congregation, thou knowest, made declaration of this sweet righteousness. My lips shall still reveal, my heart shall not conceal thy truth, health, graciousness. Then, Lord, from me draw not thy tender grace, me still in truth and mercy save, for endless woes me compassed have, so pressed with sins I cannot see my case. But trial well doth teach me, foul faults, sore pains do reach me, more than my head hath hairs, so that my purest part, my life-maintaining heart, fails me with ugly fears. Vouchsafe me help, O Lord, and help with haste. Let them have shame, yea, blush for shame, who jointly sought my bale to frame. Let them be cast away that would me waste. Let them with shame be cloyed, yea, let them be destroyed, for guerdon of their shame, who so unpiteous be, as now to say to me, Ah, ha, this is good game. But fill their hearts with joy who bend their ways, to seek thy beauty past conceit. Let them that love thy saving seat, still gladly say, Unto our God be praise. Though I in want be shrinking, yet God on me is thinking. Thou art my help, for thou only, thou art he that doth deliver me. My God, O make no stay. End of Psalm 40.
Psalm 41 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 41. Beatus qui intelligit. He blessed is, who with wise temper can judge the afflicted man. For God shall him deliver in the time when most his troubles climb. The Lord will keep his life yet safe and sound, with blessings of the ground, and will not him unto the will expose of them that be his foes. When bed from rest becomes his seat of woe, in God his strength shall grow, and turn his couch, where sick he couched late, to well-recovered state. Therefore I said in most infirmity, Have mercy, Lord, on me. O heal my soul, O let there thy cure begin, where 'gainst thee lay my sin. My foes' evil words their hate of me display, while thus, alas, they say, When will death o'ertake this wretched wight, and his name perish quite? Their courteous visitings are courting lies, they inward evil disguise. Even heaps of wicked thoughts, which straight they show as soon as out they go. For then their hateful heads close whispering be, with hurtful thoughts to me. Now he is racked, say they, look, there he lies, who never more must rise. O you, my friend, to whom I did impart the secrets of my heart, my friend, I say, who at my table sate, did kick against my state. Therefore, O Lord, abandoned thus of all, on me let mercy fall, and raise me up, that I may once have might their merits to requite. But what? This doth already well appear, that I to thee am dear, since foes nor have, nor shall have cause to be, triumphing over me. But triumph well may I, whom thou didst stay in my sound rightful way, whom thou, O place of places all, dost place, for I, before thy face. So then be blessed now, then at home, abroad, of Israel the God. World without end, let still this blessing flow, O be it so. End of Psalm 41.
Psalm 42 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 42. Quemad modum. As the chafed heart which brayeth, seeking some refreshing brook, so my soul in panting playeth, thirsting on my God to look. My soul thirsts indeed in me, after ever living thee. Ah, when comes my blessed being, of thy face to have a seeing? Day and night my tears outflowing have been my ill-feeding food, with their daily questions throwing, where is now thy God so good? My heart melts, remembering so, how in troops I want to go, leading them, his praises singing, holy dance to God's house bringing. Why art thou, my soul, so sorry, and in me so much dismayed? Wait on God, yet for his glory in my song shall be displayed, when but with one look of his he shall me restore to bliss. Ah, my soul, itself appalleth, in such longing thoughts it falleth. For my mind on my God bideth, even from Hermon's dwelling lead, from the grounds where Jordan slideth, and from Mizar's hilly head. One deep with noise of his fall, other deeps of woes doth call, while my God with wasting wonders on me wretch his tempest thunders. All thy floods on me abounded, over me all thy waves went, yet thus still my hope is grounded, that thy anger being spent, I by day thy love shall taste, I by night shall singing last, praying, prayers still bequeathing, to my God that gave me breathing. I will say, O Lord, my tower, why am I forgot by thee? Why should grief my heart devour, while the foe oppresseth me? Those vile scoffs of naughty ones wound and rent me to the bones, when foes ask, with foul deriding, where is now your God abiding? Why art thou, my soul, so sorry, and in me so much dismayed? Wait on God, for yet his glory in my song shall be displayed. To him my thanks shall be said, who is still my present aid, and in fine my soul be raised. God is my God, by me praised. End of Psalm 42. Psalm 43 of the Psalms of David, by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 43, Jubilate Deus. Judge of all, judge me, and protector be of my cause oppressed, of most cruel sprites. Save me from bad wights, in false colours dressed. For, my God, thy sight giveth me my might. Why then hast thou left me? Why walk I in woes, while prevailing foes have of joy bereft me? Send thy truth and light, let them guide me right, from the paths of folly, bringing me to thy tabernacle high, in thy hill most holy. To God's altars, though, will I boldly go, shaking off all sadness, to that God that is, God of all my bliss, God of all my gladness. Then lo, then I will, with sweet music's skill, grateful meaning show thee. Then, God, yea, my God, I will sing abroad what great thanks I owe thee. Why art thou, my soul, cast down in such dole? What ails thy discomfort? Wait on God, for still, thank my God, I will, sure aid, present comfort. End of Psalm 43. Psalm 44 of the Psalms of David, by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 44, Deus Auribus. Lord, our Father's true relation, often made, hath made us know how thy power on each occasion thou of old for them did show, how thy hand the pagan foe, rooting hence, thy folk implanting, leaveless made that branch to grow, this to spring, no verdure wanting. Never could their sword procure them conquest of the promised land, never could their force assure them when they did in danger stand. No, it was thy arm, thy hand, no, it was thy favour's treasure, spent upon thy loved band. Loved why? For thy wise pleasure. Unto thee stand I subjected, I that did of Jacob spring. Bid then that I be protected, that thou art my God, my King. By that succour thou didst bring, we their pride that us assailed, down did tread, and back did fling, in thy name confused and quailed. For my trust was not reposed in my own, though strongest bow, nor my scabbard held enclosed, that whence should my safety flow. Thou, O God, from every foe didst us shield, our haters shaming. Then thy daily praise we show, still thy name with honour naming. But aloof thou now dost hover, grieving us with all disgrace, hast resigned and given over in our camp thy captain's place. Back we turn that turned face, flying them that erst we foiled. See our goods, O changed case, spoiled by them that late we spoiled. Right as sheep to be devoured, helpless here we lie alone, scatteringly by thee outpowered, slaves to dwell with lords unknown. Sold we are, but silver none, told for us by thee so prized, as for naught to be forgone, graceless, worthless, vile, despised. By them all that dwells about us, tossed we fly as balls of scorn, all our neighbours laugh and flout us, men by thee in shame forlorn. Proverb like our name is worn. Oh, how fast in foreign places what head-shakings are forborne, wordless taunts and dumb disgraces. So rebuke before me goeth, as myself do daily go, so confusion on me groweth, that my face I blush to show. By reviling, slandering foe, inly wounded thus I languish, wrathful spite with outward blow, anguish adds to inward anguish. All this all on us hath lighted, yet to thee our love does last. As we were, we are delighted, still to hold thy covenant fast. Unto none our hearts have passed, unto none our feet have slidden, though us down to dragons cast, thou in deadly shade hast hidden. If our God we had forsaken, or forgot what he assigned, if ourselves we had betaken, gods to serve of other kind, should not he our doubling find, though concealed and closely lurking, since his eye of deepest mind deeper sinks than deepest working. Surely, Lord, this daily murther for thy sake we thus sustain, for thy sake esteemed no further than as sheep that must be slain. Up, O Lord, up once again, sleep not ever, slack not ever. Why dost thou forget our pain? Why to hid thy face persever? Heavy grief our soul abaseth, prostrate it on dust doth lie, earth our body fast embraceth, nothing can the clasp untie. Rise, and us with help supply. Lord, in mercy so esteem us, that we may thy mercy try. Mercy may from thrall redeem us. End of Psalm 44. Psalm 45 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 45, Eructavit cor meum. My heart indites an argument of worth, the praise of him that doth the sceptre sway. My tongue the pen, to paint his praises forth, shall write as swiftest writer may. Then to the King, these are the words I say, Fairer art thou than sons of mortal race, because high God has blessed thee for aye. Thy lips as springs do flow with speaking grace. Thy honour's sword gird to thy mighty side, O thou that dost all things in might excel, with glory prosper, on with triumph ride, since justice, truth, and meekness with thee dwell, so that right hand of thine shall teaching tell, such things to thee as well may terror bring, and terror such as never erst befell, to mortal minds at sight of mortal king. Sharp are thy shafts to cleave their hearts in twain, whose heads do cast thy conquest to withstand, good cause to make the meaner people fain, with willing hearts to undergo thine hand. Thy throne, O God, doth never falling stand, thy sceptre, ensign of thy kingly might, to righteousness is linked with such a band, that righteous hand still holds thy sceptre right. Justice in love, in hate thou holdest wrong, this makes that God who so doth hate and love, glad-making oil, that oil on thee hath flung, which thee exalts thine equals far above. The fragrant riches of Sabaean grove, myrrh, aloes, cassia, all thy robes do smell, when thou from ivory palace dost remove, thy breathing odours all thy train excel. Daughters of kings among thy courtly band, by honouring thee, of thee do honour hold. On thy right side thy dearest queen doth stand, richly arrayed in cloth of Ophir gold. O daughter, hear what now to thee is told. Mark what thou hearest, and what thou mark'st obey. Forget to keep in memory enrolled the house and folk where first thou saw'st the day. So in the King, thy King, a dear delight, thy beauty shall both breed and bred maintain, for only he on thee hath lordly right, him only thou with awe must entertain, then unto thee both tires shall be fain, presents present, and richest nations mow, with humble suit thy royal grace to gain, to thee shall do such homage as they owe. The queen that can a king her father call, doth only she in upper garments shine? Nay, underclothes, and what she weareth all, gold is the stuff, the fashion art divine, brought to the king in robe embroidered fine. Her maids of honour shall on her attend, with such to whom more favourite shall assign, in nearer place their happy days to spend. Brought shall they be with mirth and marriage joy, and enter so the palace of the king. Then let no grief thy mind, O queen, annoy, nor parents left thy sad remembrance sting. Instead of parents, children thou shalt bring, of parteg dearth the kings and lords to be. Myself thy name in lasting verse shall sing, the world shall make no end of thanks to thee. End of Psalm 45.
Psalm 46 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 46, Deus noster refugium. God gives us strength and keeps us sound, a present help when dangers call. Then fear not we, let quake the ground, and into seas let mountains fall. Yea, so let seas withal in watery hills arise, as may the earthly hills appall with dread and dashing cries. For lo, a river streaming joy, with purling murmur safely slides, that city washing from annoy, in holy shrine where God resides. God in her centre bides. What can this city shake? God early aids and ever guides. Who can this city take? When nations go against her bent, and kings besiege her walls and round, the void of air his voice doth rent. Earth fails their feet with melting ground. To strength and keep us sound, the God of armies arms. Our rock on Jacob's God we found, above the reach of harms. O come with me, O come and view the trophies of Jehovah's hand. What racks from him our foes pursue, how clearly he hath purged our land. By him war's silent stand, he brake the archer's bow, made chariot's wheel a fiery brand, and spear to shivers go. Be still, saith he. No, God am I. No, I will be with conquest crowned. Above all nations raised high, high raised above this earthly round. To strength and keep us sound, the God of armies arms. Our rock on Jacob's God we found, above the reach of harms. End of Psalm 46.
Psalm 47 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 47. Omnes gentes plaudite. All people to Jehovah bring a glad applause of clapping hands. To God a song of triumph sing, who high and highly feared stands, of all the earth sole ruling King. From whose almighty grace it grows, that nations by our power oppressed, on foot on humbled countries goes, who Jacob's honour loved best, and heritage for us hath chose. There passed he by, hark how did ring harmonious airs with trumpets sound. Praise, praise our God, praise, praise our King. Kings of the world, your judgments sound, with skilful tunes his praises sing. On sacred throne not knowing end, for God the King of kingdoms reigns, the folk of Abraham's God to friend. He greatest prince, great princes gains, princes the shields that earth defend. End of Psalm 47. Read by Alan Mapstone.
Psalm 48 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 48, Magnus Dominus. He that hath eternal being, glorious is, and glorious shows. In the city he hath chose, where stands his holy hill. Hill Zion, hill of fairest seeing, city of the King most great, seated in a northly seat, all climes with joy doth fill. In each palace she containeth, God, a well-known rock remaineth. One day kings a day appointed, there with joined force to be, see they it, the things they see, amaze their mated minds. Flying, trembling, disappointed, so they fear and so they fare, as the wife whose woeful care the pangs of childbed finds, right as ships from Tarshish going, crushed with blasts of Eurus blowing. Now our sight hath matched our hearing, in what state God's city stands, how supported by his hands, God ever holds the same. In thy temples midst appearing, we their favourite Lord attend. Righteous Lord, both free from end, thy fame doth match thy name. Thy just hand brings Zion gladness, turns to mirth all Judah's sadness. Compass Zion in her standing, tell her towers, mark her forts, note with care the stately ports, her royal houses bear. for that angel's understanding, which shall come when we shall go, glad in former time to know how many what they were, for God is our God for ever, us till death forsaking never. End of Psalm 48.
Psalm 49 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 49, Audit Ho Homines. World dwellers all, give heed to what I say, to all I speak, to rich, poor, high and low. Knowledge the subject is my heart conceives. Wisdom the words shall from my mouth proceed, which I will measure by melodious care, and bridled speech to tune harpsichord. The times of evil, why should they me dismay, when mischief shall my footsteps overflow, and first from him whom fickle wealth deceives, which his too great vain confidence doth breed, since no man can his brother's life outbear, nor yield for him his ransom to the Lord. For dear the price that for a soul must pay, and death his prisoner never will forego. Nay, tell me whom but longer time he leaves, respite from the tomb for treasure's meed, shall at his summons wise and fools appear, and others spend the riches they did hoard. A second thinks his house shall not decay, nor time his glorious buildings overthrow, named proudly of his name, where folly reaves, exalted men of sense, and thee indeed, a brutish life and death as beasts they were, do live and die of whom is no record. Yea, these who race approves their peevish way, death in the pit his carrion food doth stow, and lo, the first succeeding light perceives the just installed in the great man's steed. Nay, far his prince, when once that lovely chair, lovely in house, in tomb becomes abhorred. But God, my God, to intercept the prey of my life from the grave were not for slow, for he it is, he only me receives. Then though one rich do grow though glorious seed, spring with increase, yet stand thou free from fear, of all his pomp death shall him naught afford. Please they themselves, and think it happiest stay, who please themselves, yet to their fathers go, must they to endless dark, for folly reaves, exalted men of sense, and thee indeed, a brutish life and death, as beasts they were, do live and die, of whom is no record. End of Psalm 49. Recorded by Alan Lawley.
Psalm 50 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 50, Deus Deorum. The mighty God, the ever-living Lord, all nations from earth's uttermost confines, summoneth by his pursuivant his word, and out of beauty's iron shines. God comes, he comes with care and tongue restored. His guard huge storms, hot flames his ushers go, and, called, their appearance to record, heaven hasteth from above, earth from below. He sits his people's judge, and thus commands, gather me hither, that beloved line, whom solemn sacrifices, holy bands, did in eternal league with me combine. Then, when the heavens subsigned with their hands, that God in justice eminently reigns, controlling so as nothing counterstands what once decreed his sacred doom contains. You then, my folk, to me your God attend. Hark, Israel, and hear thy people's blame. Not want of sacrifice doth me offend, nor do I miss thy altar's daily flame. To me thy stall no fatted bull shall send, should I exact one he-goat from thy fold. Ay, that as far as hills, woods, fields extend, all birds and beasts in known possession hold. Suppose me hungry, yet to beg thy meat, I would not tell thee that I hungry were. Myself may take what needs me then entreat. Since earth is mine, and all that earth doth bear, but do I long the brawny flesh to eat of that dull beast that serves the ploughman's need? Or do I thirst to quench my thirsty heat in what the throats of bearded cattle breed? O no, bring God of praise a sacrifice, thy vowed hearts unto the highest pay. Invoke my name, to me erect thy cries, thy praying plaints, when sorrow stops thy way. I will undo the knot that anguish ties, and thou, at peace, shalt glorify my name. Mildly the good God schooleth in this wise, but this sharp check doth the godless frame. How fits it thee my statutes to report, and of my covenant in thy talk to prate, hating to live in right reformed sort, and leaving in neglect what I relate? Seest thou a thief? Thou growest of his consort, dost with adulterers to adultery go. Thy mouth is slander's ever open port, and from thy tongue doth naught but treason flow. Nay, even thy brother thy rebukes disgrace, and thou in spite defamest thy mother's son, and for I wink a while thy thoughts embrace. God is like me, and doth as I have done. But lo, thou seest I march another pace, and come with truth thy falsehood to disclose. Thy sin revived upbraids thy blushing face, which thou long dead in silence did suppose. O lay up this in marking memory, you that are wont God's judgments to forget. In vain to others for release you fly, if once on you I griping fingers set. And know the rest, my dearest worship I in sweet perfume of offered praise do place, and who directs his goings orderly, by my conduct shall see God's saving grace. End of Psalm 50.
Psalm 51 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 51. Miserere Deus. O Lord, whose grace no limits comprehend, sweet Lord, whose mercies stand from measure free, to me that grace, to me that mercy send, and wipe, O Lord, my sins from sinful me. O cleanse, O wash my foul iniquity. Cleanse still my spots, still wash away my stainings, till stains and spots in me leave no remainings. For I, alas, acknowledging, do know my filthy fault, my faulty filthiness, to my soul's eye incessantly doth show, which done to thee I do confess. Just judge, true witness, that for righteousness thy doom may pass against my guilt awarded, thy evidence for truth may be regarded. My mother, lo, when I began to be, conceiving me, with me did sin conceive, and as with living heat she cherished me. Corruption did like cherishing receive, but lo, thy love to purest good doth cleave. My inward truth which hardly else discerned, my trayward soul in thy hid school hath learned. Then as thyself to lepers hast assigned, with hyssop, Lord, thy hyssop purge me so, and thou shalt cleanse the lepery of my mind. Make over me thy mercy streams to flow, so shall my whiteness scorn the whitest snow. To ear and heart send sounds and thoughts of gladness, that bruised bones may dance away their sadness. Thy ill-pleased eye from my misdeeds avert, cancel the registers my sins contain. Create in me a pure, clean, spotless heart. Inspire a spirit where love of right may reign. Ah, cast me not from thee, take not again thy breathing grace. Again thy comfort send me, and let the guard of thy free spirit attend me. So I to them a guiding hand will be, whose faulty feet have wandered from thy way, and turned from sin will make return to thee, who turned from thee, sin erst had led astray. O God, God of my health, O do away my bloody crime, so shall my tongue be raised to praise thy truth, enough cannot be praised. Unlock my lips, shut up with sinful shame. Then shall my mouth, O Lord, thy honour sing, for bleeding fuel for thy altar's flame, to gain thy grace what boots it me to bring. Burnt offerings are to thee no pleasant thing. The sacrifice that God will hold respected is the heart-broken soul, the spirit dejected. Lastly, O Lord, howso I stand or fall, leave not thy loved Zion to embrace, but with thy favour build up Salem's wall, and still in peace maintain that peaceful place. Then shalt thou turn a well-accepting face to sacred fires with offered gifts perfumed, till even whole calves on altars be consumed. Into Psalm 51. Recording by Larry Wilson.
Psalm 52 of the Psalms of David, by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 52. Quid gloriaris. Tyrant, why swell'st thou thus of mischief vaunting, since help from God to us is never wanting? Lewd lies thy tongue contrives, loud lies it soundeth, sharper than sharpest knives, with lies it woundeth. Falsehood thy wit approves, all truth rejected. Thy will all vices loves, virtue neglected. Not words from cursed thee, but gulfs are powered, gulfs wherein daily be good men devoured. Thinkest thou to bear it so? God shall displace thee. God shall thee overthrow, crush thee, deface thee. The just shall fearing see these fearful chances, and laughing shoot at thee with scornful glances. Lo, lo, the wretched wight, who God disdaining his mischief made his might, is guard his gaining. I, as an olive tree, still green shall flourish. God's house the soil shall be, my roots to nourish. My trust on his true love, truly attending, shall never thence remove, never see ending. Thee will I honour still, Lord, for this justice. There fix my hopes I will, where thy saints' trust is. Thy saints trust in thy name, therein they joy them, protected by the same, naught can annoy them. End of Psalm 52. Recording by Peter Chong.
Psalm 53 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 53. Dixit Incipiens. There is no God, the fool doth say, if not in word, in thought and will. This fancy, wrought in deeds bewray, and studies fixed on loathsome ill. Not one doth good. From heavenly hill, Jehovah's eye one wiser mind could not discern that held the way to understand and God to find. They all have strayed, are cankered all. Not one, say I, not one doth good. But senselessness, What should I call such carriage of this cursed brood? My people are their bread, their food. Upon my name they scorn to cry, whom vain affright doth yet appall, where no just ground of fear doth lie. But on their bones shall wreaked be all thy invaders' force and guile, in vile confusion cast by thee, for God himself shall make them vile. Ah, why delays that happy while when sun shall our Saviour bring? The Lord his folk will one day free, then Jacob's house shall dance and sing. End of Psalm 53. Recording by Victor Eras.
Psalm 54 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 54. Deus in nomine. Lord, let thy name my saving succor be. Defend my wronged cause by thy just might. Lord, let my crying voice be heard of thee. Let not my heavy words be counted light. For strangers I against me risen see, who hunt me hard and sore my soul affright, possessed with fear of God in no degree. But God, thou art my helper in my right, thou succor send'st to such as succor me. Then pay them home who thus against me fight, and let thy truth cut down their treachery, so I with offerings shall thy altars dight, praising thy name which thus hast set me free, giving me scope to soar with happy flight, above my evils and on my enemy, making me see what I to see delight. End of Psalm 54.
Psalm 55 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 55, Exultate Deus. My God, most glad to look, most prone to hear, an open ear, O let my prayer find, and from my plaint turn not thy face away. Behold my gestures, hearken what I say, while uttering moans with most tormented mind. My body I no less torment and tear, for lo, their fearful threatenings wound mine ear, who griefs on me still heaping lay, a mark to wrath and hate and wrong assigned. Therefore my heart hath all his force resigned to trembling paths. Death terrors on me prey, I fear, nay shake, nay quivering quake with fear. Then say I, O might I but cut the wind, borne on the wings the fearful dove doth bear, stay would I not till I in rest might stay. Far hence, O far, then would I take my way, unto the desert, and repose me there. These storms of woe, these tempests left behind, but swallow them, O Lord, in darkness blind. Confound their counsels, lead their tongues astray, that what they mean by words may not appear. For mother wrong within their towns eachwhere, and daughter strife their ensigns so display, as if they only thither were confined. These walk their city walls both night and day, oppressions, tumults, guiles of every kind, are burgesses, and dwell the middle near, about their streets his masking robe doth wear. Mischief, clothed in deceit with treason lined, where only he only bears the sway. But not my foe with me this prank did play, for then I would have borne with patient cheer an unkind part from whom I know unkind, nor he whose forehead envy's mark had signed, his trophies on my ruins sought to rear, from whom to fly I might have made essay. But this to thee impute I may, my fellow, my companion held most dear, my soul, my other self, my inward friend, whom unto me unto whom did bind, exchanged secrets, who together were God's temple wont to visit, there to pray. O let a sudden death work their decay, who speaking fair such cankered malice mind, let them be buried breathing in their bare, but purple morn, black even, and midday clear, shall see my praying voice to God inclined, rousing him up, and naught shall me dismay. He ransomed me, he for my safety find, in fight where may sought my soul to slay, he still himself to no succeeding heir, leaving his empire, shall no more forbear, but at my motion all these atheists pay, but whom, still one, such mischiefs are designed, who but such eatives would have undermined, nay, overthrown from whom but kindness mere, they never found, who would such trust betray? What buttered words! Yet wars their hearts bewray, their speech more sharp than sharpest sword or spear, yet softer flows than balm from wounded rind. But my o'erloaden soul thyself upcheer, cast on God's shoulders what thee doth downweigh, long borne by thee with bearing pained and pined, to care for thee he shall be ever kind, by him the just in safety held alway, changeless shall enter, live, and leave the year. But Lord, how long shall these men tarry here? Fling them in pit of death, where never shined the light of life, and while I make my stay on thee, let who their thirst with blood allay, have their life-holding thread so weakly twined, that it half spun, death may in sunder shear. End of Psalm 55. Psalm 56 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 56, Miserere mei Deus. Fountain of pity, now with pity flow, these monsters on me daily gaping go, daily me devour these spies, swarms of foes against me rise. O God, that art more high than I am low. Still, when I fear, yet will I trust in thee. Thy word, O God, my boast shall ever be. God shall be my hopeful stay. Fear shall not that hope dismay. For what can feeble flesh do unto me? I, as I can, think, speak, and do the best. They to the worst my thoughts, words, doings rest. All their hearts with one consent are to work my ruin bent, from plotting which they give their heads no rest. To that intent they secret meetings make, they press me near, my soul in snare to take, thinking slight shall keep them safe, but thou, Lord, in wrathful chafe, their league so surely linked in sunder shake. Thou didst, O Lord, with careful counting look, on every journey I poor exile took, every tear from my sad eyes, saved in thy bottle lies, these matters are all entered in thy book. Then, whensoever my distressed sprite, crying to thee, brings these unto my sight, what remaineth for my foes, blames and shames and overthrows, for God himself I know for me will fight. God's never false word my boast shall be, my boast shall be his word to set me free. God shall be my hopeful stay, fear shall not that hope dismay, for what can mortal men do unto me? For this to thee how deeply stand I bound, Lord, that my soul dost save, my foes confound. Ah, I can no payment make, but if thou for payment take, the vows I pay, thy praises I resound. Thy praises who from death hath set me free, whether my feet did headlong carry me, making me of thy free grace, there again to take my place, where light of life with living men I see. End of Psalm 56. Psalm 57 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 57, Miserere mei Deus. Thy mercy, Lord, now thy mercy show. On thee I lie, to thee I fly. Hide me, hive me as thine own, till these blasts be overblown, which now do fiercely blow. To highest God I will erect my cry, who quickly shall dispatch this all. He shall from heaven send, from disgrace me to defend, his love and verity. My soul encaged lies with lions' brood, villains whose hands are fiery brands, teeth more sharp than shaft or spear, tongues far better edge do bear than swords to shed my blood. As high as highest heaven can give thee place, O Lord, ascend, and thence extend, with most bright, most glorious show, over all the earth below, the sunbeams of thy face. Me to entangle every way they go, their trap and net is ready set. Holes they dig, but their own holes, pitfalls make for their own souls. So, Lord, O serve them so. My heart prepared, prepared is my heart, to spread thy praise, with tuned lays. Wake my tongue, my lute awake, thou my harp the consort make, myself will bear a part. Myself, when first the morning shall appear, with voice and string, so will thee sing, that this earthly globe, and all, treading on this earthly ball, my praising notes shall hear. For God, my only God, thy gracious love is mounted far above each star, thy unchanged verity, heavenly wings do lift as high as clouds have room to move. As high as highest heaven can give thee place, O Lord, ascend, and thence extend, with most bright, most glorious show, over all the earth below, the sunbeams of thy face. End of Psalm 57. Psalm 58 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 58, Si vere utique. And call ye this to utter what is just, you that of justice hold the sovereign throne, and call ye this to yield, O sons of dust, the wronged brethren, every one his own? Oh, no, it is your long malicious will, now to the world to make by practice known, with whose oppression you the balance fill, just to yourselves, indifferent else to none. But what could they who even in birth declined from truth and right to lies and injuries, to show the venom of their cancered mind, the adder's image scarcely can suffice, nay, scarce the aspic may with them contend, on whom the charmer all in vain applies, his skilfulst spells, aye, missing of his end, while she self-death and unaffected lies. Lord, crack their teeth, Lord, crush these lions' jaws, so let them sink as water in the sand, when deadly bow their aiming fury draws, shiver the shaft ere past the shooter's hand, so make them melt as the dishoused snail, or as the embryo whose vital band breaks ere it holds, and formless eyes do fail to see the sun, though brought to lightful land. O let their brood, a brood of springing thorns, be by untimely rooting overthrown, ere bushes waxed they push with pricking horns, as fruits yet green are oft by tempest blown. The good with gladness this revenge shall see, and bath his feet in blood of wicked one, while all shall say the just rewarded be, there is a God that shares to each his own. End of Psalm 58. Psalm 59 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 59, Eripe me de inimicis. Save me from such as me assail, let not my foes, O God, against my life prevail. Save me from those who make a trade of cursed wrong, and bread in blood for blood do long. Of these one sort do seek by sleight my overthrow, the stronger part with open might against me go. And yet thou, God, my witness be, from all offence my soul is free. But what if I from fault am free, yet they are bent to band and stand against poor me, poor innocent? Rise, God, and see how these things go, and rescue me from instant woe. Rise, God of armies, mighty God of Israel, look on them all who spread abroad on earth do dwell, and let thy hand no longer spare such as of malice wicked are. When golden sun in west doth set, returned again, as hounds that howl their food to get, they run amain the city through from street to street, with hungry maw some prey to meet. Night elder grown, their fittest day, they babbling prate, how my left life extinguish may their deadly hate. They prate and babble, void of fear, for, tush, say they, who now can hear? Even thou canst hear, and hearing scorn all that they say. For them, if not by thee upborne, what props do stay? Then will I, as they wait for me, O God, my fortress, wait on thee. Thou ever me with thy free grace prevented hast. With thee my prayer shall take place ere from me past, and I shall see who me do hate beyond my wish in woeful state. For fear my people it forget, slay not outright, but scatter them and sow them set in open sight, that by thy might they may be known, disgraced, debased, and overthrown. No witness of their wickedness I need produce, but their own lips, fit to express each vile abuse. In cursing proud, proud when they lie, O let them dear such pride abye. At length in rage consume them so, that naught remain. Let them all being quite forego, and make it plain, that God, who Jacob's rule upholds, rules all bearing earth enfolds. Now thus they fare, when sun doth set, returned again, as hounds that howl their food to get, they run amain the city through from street to street, with hungry maws some prey to meet. Abroad they range and hunt apace, now that, now this, as famine trails a hungry trace, and though they miss, yet will they not to kennel high, but all the night at bay do lie. But I will of thy goodness sing, and of thy might, when early sun again shall bring his cheerful light. For thou, my refuge and my fort, in all distress dost me support. My strength doth of thy strength depend, to thee I sing. Thou art my fort, me to defend, my God, my King. To thee I owe, and thy free grace, that free I rest in fearless place. End of Psalm 59.
Psalm 60 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 60. Deus repellisti nos. Thy anger erst in field our scattered squadrons break. O God, be reconciled, our leading now retake. This land at thee did quake, it chinked and gaping lay. O sound her ruptures make, her quaking bring to stay. Worse haps no heart could think than did thy wrath ensue. Dull horror was our drink, we drinking giddy grew. But now an ensign new, re-cheering all dismays, to guide thy fearers' view, thy truth our chief doth raise. Then set thy loved free, preserve me when I pray. Hark, hark, so shall it be, God from his house doth say. Then make a merry stay, and share we Shimon's fields, the land in parcels lay, that Succoth's valley yields. Mine Gilead, lo by this, Manasses, lo mine own. My soldier Ephraim is, my law by Judah shown. My washpot Moab grown, my shoe at Edom flung. Philistia o'erthrown, sing now thy triumph song. But whom shall I attend, till I these conquests make? On whose conduct depend, till Edom's forts I take? O thine to whom we spake, but spake before in vain, thine God that didst forsake our troops for war to train. Against distressing foes let us thy succour find. Who trust in man repose, do trust repose in wind. In God let hand and mind their force and valour show. He in abject kind, shall lay our haters low. End of Psalm 60, recording by Alan Mapstone.
Psalm 61 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 61, Exultate Deus. To thee I cry, my crying hear, to thee my praying voice doth fly. Lord, lend my voice a listening ear. From country banished, all comfort vanished, to thee I run when storms are nigh. Up to thy hill, Lord, make me climb, which else to scale exceeds my skill. For in my most distressed time thy eye attended me, thy hand defended me, against my foe, my fortress still. Then, where a tent for thee is made, to harbour still is my intent, and to thy wings protecting shade myself I carry will, and there I tarry will, safe from all shot against me bent. What first I crave, first grant to me, that I the royal rule may have, of such as fear and honour thee. Let years as manifold as can be any told, thy King, O God, keep from the grave. Before thy face grant ever he may sit, and let thy truth and grace his endless guard appointed be. Then singing pleasantly, praising incessantly, I daily vows will pay to thee. End of Psalm 61. Psalm 62 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 62, Nonne Deo. Yet shall my soul in silence still on God my help attentive stay. Yet he my fort, my health, my hill, remove I may not, move I may. How long then shall your fruitless will, an enemy so far from thrall, with weak endeavour strive to kill yon rotten hedge, you broken wall? Forsooth that he no more may rise, advanced oft to throne and crown, to headlong him their thoughts devise, and past relief to tread him down. Their love is only love of lies, their words and deeds dissenting so. When from their lips most blessing flies, then deepest curse in heart doth grow. Yet shall my soul in silence still on God my hope attentive stay. Yet he my fort, my health, my hill, remove I may not, move I may. My God doth me with glory fill, not only shield me safe from harm, to shun distress, to conquer ill, to him I climb, in him I arm. O then, on God our certain stay, all people in all times rely, your hearts before him naked lay, to Adam's sons 'tis vain to fly, so vain, so false, so frail are they, even he that seemeth most of might, with lightness self if him you weigh, then lightness self will weigh more light. In fraud and force no trust repose, such idle hopes from thought expel, and take good heed when riches grows, let not your heart on riches dwell. All power is God's, his own word shows, once said by him, twice heard by me, yet from thee, Lord, all mercy flows, and each man's work is paid by thee. End of Psalm 62. Psalm 63 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 63. Deus, Deus meus. O God, the God where all my forces lie, how do I hunt for thee with early haste? How is for thee my spirit thirsty dry? How gasps my soul for thy refreshing taste? Witness this waterless, this weary waste, whence, O that I again transferred might be, thy glorious might in sacred place to see. Then on thy praise would I my lips employ, with whose kind mercies nothing may contend, no, not this life itself, whose care and joy in praying voice and lifted hands should end. This to my soul should such a banquet send, that sweetly fed my mouth should sing thy name, in gladdest notes contented mirth could frame. And lo, even here I mind thee in my bed, and interrupt my sleeps with nightly thought, how thou hast been the target of my head, how thy wings' shadow hath my safety wrought. And though my body from thy view be brought, yet fixed on thee my loving soul remains, whose right hand from falling me retains. But such as seek my life to ruinate, them shall the earth in deepest gulf receive. First murdering blade shall end their living date, and then their flesh to teeth of foxes leave. As for the king shall then conceive high joy in God, and all that God adore, when lying mouths shall stopped lie no more. End of Psalm 63. Psalm 64 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 64, Exultate Deus. With gracious hearing entertain this voice, the agent of my woe, and let my life, O God, remain safe in thy guard from feared foe. Hide me where none may know that hateful plots contrive, and right to overthrow with tumult wrongly strive. For tongues they bear, not tongues but swords, so piercing sharp they have them ground, and words deliver shafts, not words, with bitter dint so deep they wound, who shot against the sound, and harmless they direct, in safe and fearless ground, embushed without suspect. Nay, obstinate to ill they are, and meeting all their talk apply, who can most closely couch his snare, and who, say they, shall us decry. No guile so low doth lie, nor in so hidden part, but these will sound and try, even out of deepest heart. But thou, O God, from sudden bow, death striking them, a shaft shalt send, and their own tongues to their own woe shall all their wounding sharpness bend. Thus wounded shall they end, thus ending shall they make each mortal eye attend, each eye attending quake. Not one, I say, but shall behold this work of God, which he again shall as he can in words enfold, if yet his fear he entertain. In whom doth timeless reign, the just shall joy and hope, the hearts uprightly plain shall have their vaunting scope. End of Psalm 64. Psalm 65 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 65, Te Decet Hymnus. Sion, it is where thou art praised. Sion, O God, where vows they pay thee. There all men's prayers to thee raised, return possessed of what they pray thee. There thou, my sins prevailing to my shame, dost turn to smoke of sacrificing flame. O, he of bliss is not deceived, whom chosen thou unto thee takest, and whom into thy court received, thou of thy check-roll number makest. The dainty viands of thy sacred store shall feed him, so he shall not hunger more. From thence it is thy threatening thunder, lest we by wrong should be disgraced, doth strike our foes with fear and wonder. O thou on whom their hopes are placed, whom either earth dost steadfastly sustain, or cradle rocks the restless wavy plain. Thy virtue stays the mighty mountains, girded with power, with strength abounding. The roaring dam of watery fountains, thy beck doth make surcease her sounding. When stormy uproars toss the people's brain, that civil sea to calm thou bringest again. Where earth doth end with endless ending, all such as dwell thy signs affright them, and in thy praise their voices spending, both houses of the sun delight them. Both whence he comes, when early he awakes, and where he goes, when evening rest he takes. Thy eye from heaven this land beholdeth, such fruitful dews down on it raining, that storehouse like her lap enfoldeth, assured hope of ploughmen's gaining. Thy flowing streams her drought doth temper so, that buried seed through yielding grave doth grow. Drunk is each ridge of thy cup drinking, each clod relenteth at thy dressing, thy cloud-born waters inly sinking. Fair spring sprouts forth, blessed with thy blessing. The fertile year is with thy bounty crowned, and where thou goest, thy goings fat the ground. Plenty bedews the desert places, a hedge of mirth the hills encloseth. The fields with flocks have hid their faces, a robe of corn the valleys clotheth. Deserts and hills and fields and valleys all rejoice, shout, sing, and on thy name do call. End of Psalm 65. Psalm 66 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 66, Jubilate Deo. All lands, the limbs of earthy round, with triumph tunes God's honour sound. Sing of his name the praiseful glory, and glorious make his praises story. Tell God, O God, what frightful wonder thy works do witness, whose great might thy enemies so bringeth under, though frown in heart, they fawn in sight. All earth and every land, therefore, sing to this God adore. All earth, I say, and all earth dwellers, be of his worth the singing tellers. O come behold, O note beholding, what dreadful wonders from him flow, more height, more weight, more force enfolding, than Adam's earthy brood can show. The sea updried by his hand, became a field of dusty sand. Through Jordan's streams we dry shod waded, the joy whereof not yet is faded. His throne of strength unmoved standeth, his eye on every coast is cast. The rebel who against him bandeth, of ruin's cup shall quickly taste. You folk his flock, come then, employ in lauding him your songs of joy. On God, our God, your voices spending, still praying, praising, never ending. For he our life hath us regiven, nor would he let our goings slide, though for our trial nearly driven, yea, silver-like in furnace tried. For God thou didst our feet inet, and pinching saddles on us set, nay, which is worse to be abidden, even on our backs a man hath ridden. He rode us through where fires flashed, where swelling streams did rudely roar, yet scorched thus, yet we thus washed, were set by thee on plenty's shore. I therefore to thy house will go, to pay and offer what I owe, to pay my vows, my lips then vowed, when under grief my body bowed, to offer whole burnt sacrifices, the fat of rams with sweet perfume, nay goats, nay bulls of greater sizes, and greater prizes to consume. O come all ye that God do fear, O come and lend attentive ear, while by my tongue shall be expressed, how blessed he my soul hath blessed. I cried to him, my cry procured, my free discharge from all my bands. His ear had not my voice endured, but that my heart unstained stands. Now as my heart was innocent, God heard the hearty sighs I spent. What I to prayers recommended was graciously by him attended. Praise him then for what is left me, but praise to him who what I prayed rejected not, nor hath bereft me, my hopeful help, his mercy's aid. End of Psalm 66.
Psalm 67 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 67. Deus Misereatur. God, on us thy mercy show, make on us thy blessings flow. Thy face's beams from heaven upon us shower in shining streams, that all may see the way of thee, and know thy saving power. God, the nations praise thee shall praise the nations all. To mirth and joy all such as earth possess shall them employ, for thou their guide goest never wide from truth and righteousness. God, the nations praise thee shall praise the nations all. Then every field, as far as earth has end, rich fruit shall yield, and God, our God, with bliss shall load who of his bliss depend. God, I say, with plenteous bliss to enrich us shall not miss, and from the place the Father of the year begins his race, to Zephyr's west his race's rest, all lands his force shall fear. End of Psalm 67. Psalm 68 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 68. Exurgat Deus. Let God but rise. His very face shall cast on all his haters flight and disarray. As smoke and wind, as wax at fire doth waste, at God's aspect the unjust shall flit away. The just, meanwhile, shall in Jehovah's presence play, sing, and dance. Then unto him I say, unto our God, named of eternal essence, present yourselves with song and dance and play. Prepare his path who throned on delights, doth sit a father to the orphan son, and in her cause the wronged widow writes, God in his holy house late here begun. With families he empty houses filleth, the prisoners' chains are by his hands undone. But barren sand their fruitless labor tilleth, who crossing him rebelliously do run. O God, when thou in desert didst appear, what time thy folk that uncouth journey took, heaven at thy sight did sweat with melting fear, earth bowed her trembling knee, Mount Sinai shook. The land bedewed, all wants by thee restored, that well thy people might the country brook, as to a fold with sheep in plenty stored, so to their state thy shepherd's care did look. There, taught by thee, in this triumphant song, a virgin army did their voices try. Fled are these kings, fled are these armies strong, we share the spoils that weak in house did lie. Though late the chimney made your beauties loathed, now shine you shall, and shine more gracefully than lovely dove in clear gold silver clothed, that glides with feathered oar through wavy sky. For when God had, that this may not seem strange, expelled the kings with utter overthrow, the very ground her morning clouds did change to weather clear as salmon snow. Basin, huge basin, that so proudly standeth, scorning the highest hills as basely low, and with thy top so many tops commandest, both thou and they, what makes ye brave it so? This mountainette, not you, doth God desire. Here he intends his lodging plot to lay. Hither Jehovah will himself retire to endless rest and unremoved stay. Here twice 10,000, double twice he holdeth, of hooked chariots clad in war's array, and hence more might, more majesty unfoldeth, than erst he did from Sinai mount display. Ascended high, immortal God thou art, and captive store thou hast led up with thee, whose gathered spoils to men thou wilt impart. Nay, late thy rebels, now thy servants be. Blessed be the Lord, by whom our bliss increaseth, the God of might, by whom we safety see. God, our strong God, who us each way releaseth, and even through gates of death conducts us free. God of his enemies the heads shall wound, and those proud looks that stiff in mischief go. From basin safe and from the deep undrowned I brought thee once, and oft I will do so. This said by him. Thy foot in blood was stained, thy dogs' tongues died in blood of slaughtered foe. And God, my King, men saw thee entertained in sacred house with this triumphant show. In vanguard marched who did with voices sing, their rearward load on instruments did play, the battle maids which did with timbrels ring, and all in sweet consort did jointly say, Praise God the Lord, of Jacob you descended, praise him upon each solemn meeting day. Benjamin, little but with rule attended, Judah's brave lords and troops in fair array, stout Naphtali with noble Zabulon, and sith our might thy bidding word did make, confirm, O God, what thou in us hast done, from out thy house, and that for Salem's sake. So kings bring gifts, so in thee check their ending, these furious wanton bulls and cows shall take these arrow-armed bands, which us offending are now so ready war to undertake. They shall bring silver stooping humbly low. Egypt's great peers with homage shall attend, and Ethiop with them shall not forslow to God with speed like service to commend. Then kingdoms all to God present your praises, and on the Lord your singing gladness spend. Above the heaven of heavens his throne he raises, and thence his voice, a voice of strength, doth send. Then of all strength acknowledge God the well, with brave magnificence and glory bright, shining no less on loved Israel than showing in the clouds his thundering might. Thou from the shrine where Jacob thee adoreth, all folk, O God, with terror dost affright. He, praised be he, with strength his people storeth, his force it is, in which their forces fight. End of Psalm 68.
Psalm 69 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 69, Salvum me fac. Troublous seas my soul surround, save, O God, my sinking soul, sinking where it feels no ground, in this gulf, this whirling hole, waiting aid with earnest eyeing, calling God with bootless crying. Dim and dry in me are found, eye to see and throat to sound. Wrongly set to work my woe, haters have I more than hares, force in my afflicting foe, bettering still in me in pairs, thus to pay and least constrained what I never ought or gained, yet say I, thou God dost know how my faults and follies go. Mighty Lord, let not my case blank the rest that hope in thee, let not Jacob's God deface all his friends in blush of me. Thine it is, thine only quarrel dight me thus in shame's apparel, mote nor spot nor least disgrace, but for thee could taint my face. To my kin a stranger quite an alien am I grown, in my very brethren's sight, most uncared for, most unknown. With thy temple's zeal out-eaten, with thy slander's scourges beaten, while the shot of piercing spite, bent on thee, on me doth light. If I weep and weeping fast, if I in sackcloth sad I mourn, in my teeth the first they cast, all to feast the last they turn, now in streets with public prating, powering out their inward hating, private now at banquets placed, singing songs of winy taste. As for me, to thee I pray, Lord, in time of grace assigned, gracious God, my kindest stay, in my aid be truly kind. Keep me safe, unsunk, unmired, safe from flowing foes retired. Calm these waves, these waters lay, leave me not this whirlpool's prey. In the goodness of thy grace, Lord, make answer to my moan, I my ill and rue my case, in those mercies told by none. Let not by thy absence languish, thy true server drowned in anguish. Haste and hear, come apace, free my soul from foemen's chase. Unto thee what needs be told, my reproach, my blot, my blame, sith both these thou didst behold, and canst all my haters name, whiles afflicted, whiles heartbroken, waiting yet some friendship's token, some I looked would me uphold, looked but found all comfort cold. Comfort? Nay, not seen before, needing food they set me gall, vinegar they filled me store, when for drink my thirst did call. O then snare them in their pleasures, make them trapped even in their treasures, gladly sad and richly poor, sightless most, yet mightless more. Down upon them fury rain, lighten indignation down, turn to waste and desert plain, house and palace, field and town. Let not one be left abiding, where such rancour had residing. Whom thou painest, more they pain, hurt by thee, by them is slain. Causing sin on sin to grow, add still ciphers to their sum. Writer, let them never go, never to thy justice come, but from out the book be crossed, where the good men live engrossed, while my God, me poor and low, high shall mount from need and woe. Then by me his name with praise, gladsome praise, shall be upborne, that shall more Jehovah please, than the beast with hoof and horn. With what joy, ye godly grieved, shall your hearts be then relieved, when Jehovah takes such ways, bound to lose and fallen to raise. Laud him then, O heavenly skies, earth with thine and sea with yours, for by him shall Zion rise, he shall build up Judah's towers. There his servants and their races shall in fee possess the places. There his name who love and prize, stable stay shall eternize. End of Psalm 69. Psalm 70 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 70. Deus in adjutorium. Lord, hie thee, me to save. Lord, now to help me hast. Shame let them surely have, and of confusion taste, that hold my soul in chase. Let them be forced back, and no disgraces lack, that joy in my disgrace. Back forced let them be, and for a fair reward their own foul ruin see, who laugh and laugh out hard, when I most inly moan, but mirth and joy renew, in them thy paths ensue, and love thy help alone. Make them with gladness sing, to God be ever praise, and fail not me to bring my downcast state to raise. Thy speedy aid and stay, in thee my succour grows, from thee my freedom flows. Lord, make no long delay. End of Psalm 70.
Psalm 71 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 71. In te, Domine, speravi. Lord, on thee my trust is grounded. Leave me not with shame confounded, but in justice bring me aid. Let thine ear to me be bended. Let my life from death defended be by thee in safety stayed. Be my rock, my refuge tower. Show thy unresisted power, working now thy wonted will. Thou, I say, that never feignest in thy biddings, but remainest still my rock, my refuge still. O my God, my sole help-giver, from the wicked me deliver, from the wrongful, spiteful man. In thee trusting, on thee standing, with my childish understanding, nay, with life, my hopes began. Since imprisoned in my mother thou me freedst, whom have I other held my stay, or made my song? Yea, when all me so misdeemed, I to most a monster seemed, yet in thee my hope was strong. Yet of thee the thankful story filled my mouth, thy gracious glory was my ditty long the day. Do not then, now age assaileth, courage, verdure, virtue faileth, do not leave me cast away. They by whom my life is hated with their spies have now debated of their talk, and lo, the sum. God, say they, hath him forsaken, now pursue, he must be taken, none will to his rescue come. O my God, be not absented. O my God, now presented, let in haste thy succours be. Make them fall disgraced, shamed, all dismighted, all defamed, who this ill intend to me. As for me, resolved to tarry in thy trust, and not to vary, I will heap thy praise with praise, still with mouth thy truths recounting, still thy aids, though much surmounting greatest sum that number lays. Nay, my God, by thee secured, where will I not march assured? In my talk who just but thou, who by thee from infant cradle taught still more, as still more able have thy wonders spread till now. Now that age hath me attainted, age's snow my head hath painted, leave me not, my God, forlorn. Let me make thy might's relation to the coming generation, to the age as yet unborn. God, thy justice highest raised, thy great works as highly praised, who thy peer, O God, doth reign. Thou unto these woes dost drive me, thou again shalt thence revive me, lift me from this deep again. Thou shalt make my greatness greater, make my good with comfort better. Thee my lute, my harp shall sing. Thee, my God, that never slidest from thy word, but constant bidest, Jacob's holy heavenly King. So my lips all joy declaring, so my soul no honor sparing, shall thee sing, by thee secure. So my tongue all times, all places, tell thy wreaks and their disgraces, who this ill to me procure. End of Psalm 71.
Psalm 72 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 72, Deus Judicium. Teach the King's Son, who King himself shall be, thy judgments, Lord, thy justice make him learn, to rule thy realm as justice shall decree, and poor men's right in judgment to discern. Then fearless peace with rich increase the mountains proud shall fill, and justice shall make plenty fall on every humble hill. Make him the weak support, the oppressed relieve, supply the poor, the quarrel-pickers quail, so ageless ages shall thee reverence give, till eyes of heaven the sun and moon shall fail, and thou again shalt blessings rain, which down shall mildly flow, as showers thrown on meads new mown, whereby they freshly grow. During his rule the just shall aye be green, and peaceful plenty join with plenteous peace, while of sad night the many-formed queen decreased shall grow, and grown again decrease. From sea to sea he shall survey all kingdoms as his own, and from the trace of Perez' race as far as land is known. The desert dwellers at his beck shall bend, his foes them suppliant at his feet shall fling, the kings of Tharsis homage gifts shall send, so Seba, Saba, every island king, nay all, even all, shall prostrate fall, that crowns and sceptres wear, and all that stand at their command, that crowns and sceptres bear. For he shall hear the poor when they complain, and lend them help who helpless are oppressed. His mercy shall the needy sort sustain, his force shall free their lives that live distressed. From hidden slight, from open might, he shall their souls redeem, his tender eyes shall highly prize, and dear their blood esteem. So shall he long, so shall he happy live, health shall abound, and wealth shall never want. They gold to him, Arabia gold, shall give, which scant is dear, and dearness maketh scant. They still shall pray, that still he may so live and flourish so. Without his praise, no nights, no days, shall passport have to go. Look how the woods where interlaced trees spread friendly arms each other to embrace, join at the head, though distant at the knees, waving with wind and lauding on the place. So woods of corn by mountains borne shall on their shoulders wave, and men shall pass the numerous grass, such store each town shall have. Look how the sun, so shall his name remain, as that in light, so this in glory won. Or glories this, as that all lights shall stain, nor that shall fail, nor this be overthrown. The dwellers all of earthly ball in him shall hold them blessed, as one that is of perfect bliss, a pattern to the rest. O God, who art, from whom all beings be, eternal Lord, whom Jacob's stock adore, and wondrous works are done by only thee, blessed be thou, most blessed evermore, and let thy name, thy glorious fame, no end of blessing know. Let all this round thy honour sound, so Lord, oh, be it so. End of Psalm 72.
Psalm 73 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 73. Quam bonus Israel. It is most true that God to Israel, I mean to men of undefiled hearts, is only good and naught but good in parts. Most true, I see, almost I fell from right conceit into a crooked mind, and from this truth with straying steps declined. For lo, my boiling breast did chafe and swell, when first I saw the wicked proudly stand, prevailing still in all they took in hand. And sure no sickness dwelleth where they dwell, nay, so they guarded are with health and might, it seems of them death dares not claim his right. They seem as privileged from others' pain. The scourging plagues which on their neighbours fall torment not them, nay, touch them not at all. Therefore with pride, as with a gorgeous chain, their swelling necks encompass they bear, all clothed in wrong, as if a robe it were. So fat become that fatness doth constrain their eyes to swell, and if they think an aught, their thought they have, yea, have beyond their thought. They wanton grow, and in malicious vein, talking of wrong, pronounce as from the skies, so high a pitch their proud presumption flies. Nay, heaven itself, high heaven, escapes not free from their base mouths, and in their common talk, their tongues no less than all the earth do walk. Wherefore even godly men, when so they see their horn of plenty freshly flowing still, leaning to them, bend from their better will. And thus they reasons frame, how can it be that God doth understand, that he doth know, who sits in heaven, how earthly matters go? See here the godless crew, while godly we, unhappy pine, all happiness possess, their riches more, our wealth still growing less. Nay, even within myself did say, in vain my heart I purge, My hands in vain, in cleanness washed I keep from filthy stain. Since thus afflictions scourge me every day, since never a day from early east is sent, but brings my pain, my check, my chastisement. And shall I then these thoughts in words bewray? O let me, Lord, give never such offence to children thine that rest in thy defence. So then I turned my thoughts another way, sounding, if I these secrets' depth might find, but cumbrous clouds my inward sight did blind, until at length, nigh weary of the chase, unto thy house I did my steps direct. There, lo, I learned what end did these expect, and what, but that in high but slippery place thou didst them set, whence, when they least of all to fall did fear, they fell with headlong fall. For how are they in less than moment's space, with ruin overthrown, with frightful fear, consumed so clean as if they never were? Right as a dream which waking doth deface, so, Lord, most vain thou dost their fancies make, when thou dost them from careless sleep awake. Then for what purpose was it? To what end? For me to fume with malcontent heart, tormenting so in me each inward part? I was a fool. I can it not defend, so quite deprived of understanding might, that as a beast I bear me in thy sight. But as I was, yet did I still attend, still follow thee, by whose upholding hand, when most I slide, yet still upright I stand. Then guide me still, then still upon me spend the treasures of thy sure advice, until thou take me hence into thy glory's hill. Oh, what is he will teach me climb the skies, with thee, the goodness to remain? No good on earth doth my desires detain. Often my mind and oft my body tries their weak defects, but thou, my God, thou art my endless lot and fortress of my heart. The faithless fugitives who thee despise shall perish all, they all shall be undone, who leaving thee to whorish idols run. But as for me, naught better in my eyes than cleave to God, my hopes in him to place, to sing his works while breath shall give me space. End of Psalm 73. Recording by Sam Carcamo.
Psalm 74 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 74, Ut Quid Deus. O God, why hast thou thus repulsed and scattered us? Shall now thy wrath no limits hold, but ever smoke and burn, till it to ashes turn the chosen folk of thy dear fold? Ah, think with milder thought on them who thou hast bought and purchased from endless days. Think of thy birthright lot of Sion, on whose plot thy sacred house supported stays. Come, Lord, O come with speed, this sacrilegious seed root quickly out and headlong cast. All that thy holy place did late adorn and grace, their hateful hands have quite defaced. Their beastly trumpets roar where heavenly notes before in praises of thy might did flow. Within thy temple they their ensigns oft display, their ensigns which their conquest show. As men with axe on arm to some thick forest swarm, to lop the trees which stately stand, they to thy temple flock, and spoiling, cut and knock the curious works of carving hand. Thy most holy seat the greedy flames do eat, and have such ruthless ruins wrought, that all thy house is raced, so raced and so defaced, that of that all remaineth naught. Nay, they resolved are, we all alike shall fare, all of one cruel cup shall taste, For not one house doth stand of God in all the land, but they by fire have laid it waste. We see the signs no more, we want to see before, nor any now with spirit divine amongst us more is found, who can to us expound what term these dolors shall define. How long, O God, how long wilt thou wink at the wrong of thy reviling, railing foe? Shall he that hates thy name, and hatred paints with shame, so do, and do for ever so? Woe us! What is the cause thy hand his help withdraws, that thy right hand far from us keeps? Ah, let it once arise, to plague thine enemies, which now embosomed idly sleeps. Thou art my God, I know, my King who long ago didst undertake the charge of me, and in my hard distress didst work me such release, that all the earth did wondering see. Thou by thy might didst make that seas in sunder break, and dreadful dragons, which before in deep or swarm or crawled, such mortal strokes appalled, they floated dead to every shore. Thou crushed the monster's head, whom other monsters dread, and so his fishy flesh did frame to serve as pleasing food to all the ravening brood, who had their desert for their dame. Thou wondrously didst cause, repealing nature's laws, from thirsty flint a fountain flow, and of the rivers clear the sandy beds appear, so dry thou madest their channels grow. The day arrayed in light, the shadow-clothed night, were made and are maintained by thee, the sun and sun-like rays, the bounds of nights and days, thy workmanship no less they be. To thee the earth doth owe, that earth in sea doth grow, and sea doth earth from drowning spare. The summer's corny crown, the winter's frosty gown, naught but thy badge, thy livery are. Thou then, still one, the same, think how thy glorious name these brain-sick men's despite have borne, how abject enemies the Lord of highest skies with cursed taunting tongues have torn. Ah, give no hawk the power thy turtle to devour, which sighs to thee with mourning moans, nor utterly outrace from tables of thy grace the flock of thy afflicted ones. But call thy league to mind, for horror all doth blind, no light doth in the land remain, rape, murder, violence, each outrage, each offence, each where doth range and rage and reign. Enough, enough we mourn, let us no more return, repulsed with blame and shame from thee, but succour us oppressed, and give the troubled rest, that of thy praise their songs may be. Rise, God, plead thine own case, forget not what disgrace these fools on thee each day bestow, forget not with what cries thy foes against thee rise, which more and more to heaven do grow. End of Psalm 74. Psalm 75 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 75, Confitebor tibi. Thee, God, O thee we sing, we celebrate, thy acts with wonder who but doth relate? So kindly nigh thy name our need attendeth, sure I, when once the charge I undergo of this assembly will not fail to show my judgment such as justest rule commendeth. The people loose, the land I shaken find, this will I firmly prop, that straitly bind, and then denounce my uncontrolled pleasure. Brag not, you braggarts, and your saucy horn, lift not lewd mates, no more with heaven's high scorn, dance on in words your old repining measure. where sun first shows or last enshades his light, divides the day or pricks the midst of night. Seek not the fountain whence preferment springeth, God's only fixed course that all doth sway, limits dishonour's night and honour's day, the king his crown, the slave his fetters bringeth. A troubled cup is in Jehovah's hand, where wine and winey lees compounded stand, which frankly filled as freely he bestoweth, yet for their draught ungodly men doth give, gives all, not one except, that lewdly live, only what from the dregs by wringing floweth. And I secure shall spend my happy times in my, though lowly, never dying rhymes, singing with praise the God that Jacob loveth. My princely care shall crop ill-doers low, in glory plant, and make with glory grow, who right approves, and doth what right approveth. End of Psalm 75.
Psalm 76 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 76. Notus in Judea. Only to Judah God his will doth signify, only in Jacob is his name notorious, his restful tent doth only Salem dignify. On Sion only stands his dwelling glorious, their bow and shaft and shield and sword he shivered, drave war from us, and us from war delivered. Above proud princes proudest in their thievery, thou art exalted high, and highly glorified. Their weak attempt, thy valiant delivery, their spoil, thy conquest meet to be historified. The mighty handless grew as men that slumbered, for hands grew mightless, sense and life encumbered. Nay God, O God, through Jacob's sole devotion, thy check the very cars and horses mortified, cast in dull sleep, and quite deprived of motion. Most fearful God, O how must he be fortified, whose fearless foot to bide thy onset tarrieth, when once thy wrath displayed ensign carrieth. From out of heaven thy justice judgment thundered, when good by thee were saved, and bad were punished, while earth at heaven with fear and silence wondered. Yea, the most rageful in their rage astonished, fell to praise thee, whom thou, however furious, shalt oft restrain, if fury proved injurious. Then let your vows be paid, your offerings offered, unto the Lord, O you of his protection. Unto the fearful let your gifts be proffered, who loppeth princes' thoughts, prunes their affection, and so himself most terrible doth verify, in terrifying kings that earth doth terrify. End of Psalm 76, recorded by Alan Lawley.
Psalm 77 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 77, Voce mea ad Dominum. To thee my crying call, to thee my calling cry, I did, O God, address, and thou didst me attend, to nightly anguish thrall. From thee I sought redress, to thee uncessantly did praying hands extend. All comfort fled my soul, yea, God to mind I called, yet, calling God to mind, my thoughts could not appease, naught else but bitter dole could I in thinking find, my sprite with pain appalled could entertain no ease. Whole troops of busy cares of cares that from thee came, took up their restless rest in sleepy, sleepless eyes. So lay I all oppressed, my heart in office lame, my tongue as lamely fares, no part his part supplies. At length with turned thought anew I fell to think upon the ancient times, upon the years of old, yea, to my mind was brought, and in my heart did sink, what in my former rhymes myself of thee had told. Lo, then, to search the truth, I sent my thoughts abroad. Meanwhile my silent heart, distracted thus did plain, will God no more take ruth, no further love impart, no longer be my God, unmoved still remain? Are all the conduits dry of his erst flowing grace? Could rusty teeth of time to naught his promise turn? Can mercy no more climb and come before his face? Must all compassion die? Must naught but anger burn? Then lo, my wrack I see, say I and do I know, that change lies in his hand, who changeless sits aloft. Can I aught understand, and yet unmindful be, what wonders from him flow, what works his will hath wrought? Nay, still thy acts I mind, still of thy deeds I muse, still see thy glory's light within thy temple shine. What God can any find? For term them so they use, whose majesty, whose might, may strive, O God, with thine? Thou only wonders dost, the wonders by thee done, all earth do wonder make, as when thy hand of old from servitude unjust both Jacob's sons did take, and sons of Jacob's son, whom Jacob's sons had sold. The waves thee saw thee, and fearful fled the field, the deep with panting breast engulfed quaking lay, the clouds thy fingers pressed did rushing rivers yield, thy shafts did flaming flee through fiery airy way. Thy voices thundering crash from one to other pole, twixt roof of starry sphere and earth's then trembling floor, while light of lightning's flash did pitchy clouds enclear, did round with terror roll, and rattling horror roar. Meanwhile through dusky deep, on sea's discovered bed, where none thy trace could view, a path by thee was wrought, a path whereon thy crew, as shepherds use their sheep, Moses and Aaron led, and to glad pastures brought. End of Psalm 77. Psalm 78 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 78. Attendite Populae. A grave discourse to utter I intend, the age of time I purpose to renew. You, O my charge, to what I teach, attend. Hear what I speak, and what you hear ensue. The things our fathers did to us commend, the same are they I recommend to you, which, though but heard, we know most true to be, we heard, but heard of who themselves did see. Which never let us so ungrateful grow, as to conceal from such as shall succeed. Let us the praises of Jehovah show, each act of worth, each memorable deed. Chiefly since he himself commanded so, giving a law to Jacob and his seed, that fathers should this use to sons maintain, and sons to sons, and they to theirs again. That while the young shall overlive the old, and of their brood some yet shall be unborn, these memories in memory enrolled, by fretting time may never thence be worn, that still on God their anchor hope may hold, from him by no despairful tempest torn, that with wise hearts and willing minds they may think what he did, and what he bids obey. And not ensue their father's forward trace, whose steps from God rebelliously did stray, a wayward, stubborn, stayless, faithless race, such as on God no hold by hope could lay, like Ephraim's sons, who durst not show their face, but from the battle fearful fled away, yet bare, as men of warlike excellence, offending bows and armour for defence. And why? They did not hold inviolate the league of God, nor in his paths would go. His famous works and wonders they forgate, which often hearing well might cause them know. The works and wonders which in hard estate he did of old unto their fathers show, whereof all Egypt testimony yields, and of all Egypt chiefly Zoan fields. There where the deep did show his sandy floor, and heaped waves and uncouth way and wall, whereby they passed from one to other shore, walking on seas, and yet not wet at all. He led them so, a cloud was them before, while light did last, when night did darkness call, a flaming pillar glittering in the skies, their lodestar was till sun again did rise. He rift the rocks, and from their pierced sides, to give them drink, whole seas of water drew. The desert sand no longer thirst abides, the trickling springs to such huge rivers grew. Yet not content, their fury further slides. In those wild ways they anger God anew, as thirst before, now hunger stirs their lust, to tempting thoughts, bewraying want of trust. And fond conceits begetting fonder words, can God, say they, prepare with plenteous hand, deliciously to furnish out our boards? Here in this waste, this hunger-starved land, we see indeed the streams the rock affords, we see in pools the gathered waters stand, but whither bread and flesh so ready be for him to give, as yet we do not see. This heard, but heard with most displeased ear, that Jacob's race he did so dearly love, who in his favour had no cause to fear, should now so wavering, so distrustful prove. The raked sparks in flame began to appear, and stayed choler fresh again to move, and from his trust their confidence should swerve, whose deeds had shown he could and would preserve. Yet he unclosed the garners of the skies, and bade the clouds ambrosian manna rain, as morning frost on hoary pasture lies, so strawed lay each where this heavenly grain, the finest cheat that princes dearest prize, the bread of heaven could not in fineness stain, which he them gave, and gave them in such store, each had so much, he wished to have no more. But that he might them each way satisfy, he slipped the reins to east and southern wind, these on the clouds their utmost forces try, and bring in rain of admirable kind. The dainty quails that freely wont to fly, in foresaid showers to drop were now assigned, and fell as thick as dust on sunburned field, or as the sand the thirsty shore doth yield. So all the plain whereon their army lay, as far abroad as any tent was pight, with feathered rain was watered every way, which showering down did on their lodgings light. Then fell they to their easy gotten prey, and fed till fullness vanquished had delight. Their lust still flamed till God the fuel brought, and fed their lust beyond their lustful thought. But fully filled, not fully yet content, while now the meat their weary chaps did chew, God's wrathful rage upon these gluttons sent, of all their troops the principalist slew. Among all them of Israel's descent, his stronger plague the strongest overthrew. Yet not all this could wind them to his will, still worse they grew, and more untoward still. Therefore he made them waste their weary years, roaming in vain in that unpeopled place, possessed with doubtful cares and dreadful fears. But if at any time death showed his face, then lo, to God they sued, and sued with tears. Then they returned, and early sought his grace. Then they professed, and all did mainly cry, in God their strength, their hope, their help did lie. But all was built upon no firmer ground, then forming mouths and tongues to lying trained. They made but shows, their heart was never sound, disloyal once, disloyal still remained. Yet he, so much his mercy did abound, purged the filth wherewith their souls were stained, destroyed them not, but oft revoked his ire, and mildly quenched his indignation's fire. For kind compassion called to his mind, that they but men, that men but mortal were, that mortal life, a blast of breathing wind, as wind doth pass, and past no more appear. And yet, good God, how oft this crooked kind incensed him in the desert everywhere, again repined, and murmured again, and would in bounds that boundless power contain. Forsooth their weak remembrance could not hold his hand whose force above all mortal hands to Egypt's wonder did itself unfold, loosing their fetters and their servile bands, when Zoan plains, where crystal rivers rolled, with all the rest of those surrounded lands, saw watery clearness changed to bloody gore, pining with thirst in midst of watery store. Should I relate of flies the deadly swarms, of filthy frogs the odious annoy, grasshoppers waste, and all caterpillars' harms, which did their fruits, their harvests' hope enjoy? How hail and lightning, breaking of the arms of vines and figs, the bodies did destroy? Lightning and hail, whose flamy stoning blows, their beasts no less, and cattle overthrows? These were but smokes of after-going fire. Now his fury breaketh into flame. Now dole and dread, now pine and pain conspire, with angry angels wreak and rack to frame. Naught now is left to stop his stayless ire. So plain a way is open to the same. Abroad goes death, the uttermost of ills, in house, in field, and men and cattle kills. All that rich land where over Nilus trails, of his wet robe the slimy seedy train, with millions of mourning cries bewails, of every kind their first begotten slain. Against this plague no wealth, no worth prevails, of all that is in the tents of Cham remain, who of their house the props and pillars were, themselves do fall, much less can others bear. Meanwhile, as while a black tempestuous blast, drowning the earth, in sunder rents the skies, a shepherd wise to house his flock doth haste, taking near ways, and where the best passage lies. God, from this ruin, through the barren waste, conducts his troops in such or safer wise, and from the seas his sheep he fearless saves, leaving their wolves entombed in the waves. But them leaves not until they were possessed of this his hill, of this his holy place, whereof full conquest did him Lord invest, when all the dwellers fled his people's face, by him subdued, and by his hand oppressed, whose heritage he shared to the race, the 12-fold race of godly Israel, to lord their lands, and in their dwellings dwell. But what avails? Not yet they make an end, to tempt high God, and stir his angry gall. From his prescript another way they wend, and to their fathers' crooked bypaths fall. So with vain toil distorted bows we bend, though levelled right, they shoot not right at all. The idle honour of their damned groves, when God it heard, his jealous anger moves. For God did hear, detesting in his heart, the Israelites, a people so perverse, and from his seat in Silo did depart, the place where God did erst with men converse. right well content that foes on every part his force captive, his glory should reverse. Right well content, so ill content he grew, his people's blood should tyrant's blade imbrue. So the young men the flame of life bereaves, the virgins live despaired of marriage choice, the sacred priests fall on the bloody glaves, no widow left to use her wailing voice, but as a knight whom wine or slumber leaves, hearing alarm, is roused at the noise, so God awakes, his haters fly for fear, and of their shame eternal marks do bear. But God chose not, as he before had chose, in Joseph's tents or Ephraim to dwell, but Judah takes, and to Mount Sion goes, to Sion Mount, the mount he loved well. There he his house did castle-like enclose, of whose decay no aftertime shall tell, while her own weight shall weighty earth sustain, his sacred seat shall here unmoved remain. And where his servant David did attend a shepherd's charge with care of fold and field, he takes him thence, and to a nobler end converts his cares, appointing him to shield his people, which of Jacob did descend, and feed the flock his heritage did yield, and he the pains did gladly undergo, which heart sincere and hand discreet did show. End of Psalm 78.
Psalm 79 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 79. Deus Venerunt. The land of long by thee possessed, the heathen Lord have now oppressed. Thy temple holily maintained, till now is now profanely stained. Jerusalem quite spoiled and burned, hath suffered sack and utter wrack. To stony heaps her buildings turned. The lifeless carcasses of those that lived by servants serve the crows. The flocks so dearly loved of thee, to ravening beasts their food they be. Their blood doth stream in every street, as water spilled, their bodies killed, with sepulture can nowhere meet. To them that hold the neighbour places, we are but objects of disgraces. On every coast to dwell about us, in every kind deride and flout us. Our Lord, when shall thy wrath be ended? Shall still thine ire, as quenchless fire, in deadly ardour be extended? O kindle there thy furious flame, where lives no notice of thy name. There let thy heavy anger fall, where no devotions on thee call. For thence they be, who Jacob eat, who thus have raised, and thus defaced, thus desert laid his ancient seat. Lord, rid us from our sinful comers, count not of them the past numbers, but let thy pity soon prevent us, for hard extremes have narrowly spent us. Free us, O God, our freedom giver, our misery with help supply, and for thy glory us deliver. Deliver us, and for thy name, with mercy cloth our sinful shame. Ah, why should this their byword be? Where is your God? Where now is he? Make them and us on them behold, that not despised, but dearly prized, thy wreckful hand our blood doth hold. Where grace and glory thee enthroneth, amid the groans the prisoner groaneth, the poor condemned for death reserved, let be by thee in life preserved. And for our neighbours, Lord, remember the opprobrious shame thou lent thy name, with sevenfold gain to them to render. So we thy servants, we thy sheep, whom thy looks guide, thy pastures keep, till death divine, our living days will never cease to sound thy praise. Nay, when we leave to see the sun, the after-goers we will make knowers, from age to age, what thou hast done. End of Psalm 79, recorded by Alan Lawley.
Psalm 80 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 80. Qui regis Israel. Hear, thou great herdsman that dost Jacob feed, thou Joseph's shepherd shine from cherub's throne, in Ephraim, Benjamin, Manasseh's need. Awake thy power and make thy puissance known. Free us distressed, raise us overthrown, reduce us strayed, O God, restore us banished, display thy face's sky on us thine own, so we shall safely dwell, all darkness vanished. Lord God of hosts, what end, what mean appears of thy wrath's fume against thy people's cry, whom thou with tears for bread, for drink with tears, so dietest that we abandoned lie to foes of laughter and to dwellers by, a field of brawl, but God restore us banished, display on us thy face's cleared sky, so we shall safely dwell, all darkness vanished. A vine thou didst translate from Zoan plains, and weeding them that held the place of old, nor planting care did slack, nor pruning pains, to fix her roots, whom fields could not enfold. The hills were cloaked with her pleasing cold, with cedars' state her branches' height contended. Circe here the sea, the river there controlled, her arms, her hands, so wide she both extended. Why hast thou now thyself dishedged this vine, carelessly left to passengers in prey, unseemly rooted by the wood-bred swine, wasted by other beasts that wildly stray? O God, return, and from thy starry stay, review this vine, reflect thy looking hither, this vineyard see, whose plot thy hand did lay, this plant of choice, ordained not to wither. Consumed with flames, with killing axes hewn, all at thy frown they fall and quail and die, but heap thou might on thy elected one, that stablest man in whom we may affy. Then we preserved thy name shall magnify. Without revolt, Lord God, restore us banished. Display on us thy face's cleared sky, so we shall safely dwell, all darkness vanished. End of Psalm 80.
Psalm 81 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 81. Exultate Deo. All gladness gladdest hearts can hold, in merriest notes that mirth can yield, let joyful songs to God unfold, to Jacob's God our sword and shield. Muster hither music's joys, lute and lyre and tabret's noise, let no instrument be wanting, chasing grief and pleasure planting. When every month beginning takes, when fixed times bring sacred days, when any feast his people makes, let trumpets' tunes report his praise. This to us a law doth stand, pointed thus by God's own hand, of his league a sign ordained, when his plagues had Egypt pained. There heard I, erst unheard by me, the voice of God who thus did say, Thy shoulder I from burthen free, free set thy hand from baked clay, vexed thou my aid didst crave, thunder hid I answer gave, till the streams where strife did move thee, still I did with trial prove thee. I bade thee then attentive be, and told thee thus, O Israel, this is my covenant, that with thee no false, no foreign God shall dwell. I am God, thy God, that wrought that thou wert from Egypt brought. Open me thy mouth, to feed thee I will care, naught else shall need thee. But my people scorned my voice, and Israel rebelled still. So then I left them to the choice of froward way and wayward will. Why, alas, why had not they heard my voice, and held my way? Quickly I their foes had humbled, all their haters headlong tumbled. Subdued by me who them annoyed, had served them now in base estate, and of my grant they had enjoyed a lease of bliss with endless date. Flour of the finest wheat had been now their plenteous meat. Honey them from rocks distilled, filled had, yea, overfilled. End of Psalm 81. Psalm 82 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 82, Deus Stetit. Where poor men plead at princes' bar, who gods as God's vicegerents are, the God of gods hath his tribunal pight, a judging right, both to the judge and judged white. How long will ye just doom neglect? How long, saith he, bad men respect? You should his own unto the helpless give, the poor relieve, ease him with right whom wrong doth grieve. You should the fatherless defend, you should unto the weak extend your hand, to loose and quiet his estate, through lewd men's hate entangled now in deep debate. This should you do. But what do ye? You nothing know, you nothing see, no light, no law. Fie, fie, the very ground becomes unsound, so right wrong all your faults confound. Indeed, to you the style I gave of gods and sons of God to have. But err not, princes, you as men must die, you that sit high must fall, and low as others lie. Since men are such, O God, arise, thyself most strong, most just, most wise, of all the earth king, judge, disposer be, since to decree of all the earth belongs to thee. End of Psalm 82.
Psalm 83 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 83, Deus quies similis. Be not, O be not silent still, rest not, O God, with endless rest. For lo, thine enemies with noise and tumult rise, hate doth their hearts with fierceness fill, and lifts their heads who thee detest. Against thy folk their wits they file to sharpest point of secret sleight, a world of traps and trains they forge in busy brains, that they thy hid ones may beguile, whom thy wings shroud from searching sight. Come, let us of them nothing make, let none them more a people see, stop we their very name within the mouth of fame. Such are the counsels these men take, such leagues they link, and these they be. First Edom's sons, then Ishmael, with Moab, Hagar, Jebal's train, with these the Ammonites, the fierce Amalekites, and who in Palestine dwell, and who in tents of Tyre remain. Asher, though further of he lie, assisteth Lot's incestuous brood, but, Lord, as Jabin thou and Sisera didst bow, as Midian did fall and die at Endor walls and Kyson flood. As Oreb, Zeb, and Zebah strong, as Salmanah, who led thy foes, who meant, nay, said no less, then that they would possess God's heritage became as dung. So, Lord, O so of these dispose. Torment them, Lord, as tossed balls, as stubble scattered in the air, or as the branchy brood of some thick mountain wood, to naught or naught but ashes falls, when flames do singe their leafy hair. So with thy tempest them pursue, so with thy whirlwind them affright, so paint their daunted face with pencil of disgrace, that they at length to thee may sue, and give thy glorious name his right. Add fear and shame to shame and fear, confound them quite and quite deface, and make them know that none but thou and thou alone dost that high name Jehovah bear, high placed above all earthly place. End of Psalm 83.
Psalm 84 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 84. Quam delecta! How lovely is thy dwelling, great God, to whom all greatness is belonging. To view thy courts, far, far from any telling, my soul doth long, and pine with longing. Unto the God that liveth, the God that all life giveth, my heart and body both aspire, above delight, beyond desire. Alas, the sparrow knoweth the house, where free and fearless she resideth. Directly to the nest the swallow goeth, where with her sons she safe abideth. O altars thine, most mighty in war, yea, most almighty. Thy altars, Lord, ah, why should I from altars thine excluded lie? O happy who remaineth thy household man, and still thy praise unfoldeth. O happy to himself on thee sustaineth, who to thy house his journey holdeth. Meseems I see them going, where mulberries are growing, how wells they dig in thirsty plain, and cisterns make for falling rain. Meseems I see augmented still troop with troop, till all at length discover Zion, where to their sight is represented the Lord of hosts, the Zion lover. O Lord, O God, most mighty in war, yea, most almighty, hear what I beg. Hearken, I say, O Jacob's God, to what I pray. Thou art the shield, us shieldeth. Then, Lord, behold the face of thine anointed. One day spent in thy courts more comfort yieldeth than thousands otherwise appointed. I count it clearer pleasure to spend my age's treasure, waiting a porter at thy gates, than dwelling a lord with wicked mates. Thou art the sun that shineth, thou art the buckler, Lord, that us defendeth. Glory and grace Jehovah's hand assigneth, and good, without refusal, sendeth to him who truly treadeth, the path to pureness leadeth. O Lord of might, thrice blessed be whose confidence is built on thee. End of Psalm 84.
Psalm 85 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 85, Benedicam Domino. Mighty Lord, from this thy land never was thy love estranged. Jacob's servitude thy hand hath we know to freedom changed. All thy people's wicked parts have been banished from thy sight. Thou on them hast cured quite all the wounds of sinful darts. Still thy choler quenching so, heat to flame did never grow. Now then, God, as heretofore, God, the God that dost us save, change our state, in us no more, let thine anger object have. Wilt thou thus for ever grieve? Wilt thou of thy wrathful rage draw the thread from age to age, never us again relieve? Lord, yet once our hearts to joy, show thy grace, thy help employ. What speak I? O let me hear what he speaks, for speak he will. Peace to whom he love doth bear, lest they fall to folly still. Ever nigh to such as stand, in his fear his favour is, How can then his glory miss shortly to enlight our land? Mercy now and truth shall meet, peace with kiss shall justice greet. Truth shall spring in every place, as the herb the earth's attire, justice's long absent face, heaven shall show and earth admire. Then Jehovah on us will good on good in plenty throw, then we shall in gladness mow, whereas now in grief we till. Then before him in his way all go right, not one shall stray. End of Psalm 85. Psalm 86 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 86, Inclina Domine. Eternal Lord, thine ear incline, hear me most helpless, most oppressed, this client save, this servant thine, whose hope is whole to thee addressed. On me, Jehovah, pity take, for daily cry to thee I make, thy servant's soul from depth of sadness, that climbs to thee, advance to gladness. O Lord, I know thee good and kind, on all that ask much mercy spending, then hear, O Lord, with heedful mind, these careful sweets of my commending. I only call when much I need, needs of thy help I then must speed. A God like whom, if gods be many, who is or doth there be not any. And therefore, Lord, before thy face, all nations which thy hand hath framed shall come with low adoring grace, and praise the name upon thee named. For thou art great, and thou alone dost wonders, God, done else by none. O, in thy truth my path discover, and hold me fast, thy fearing lover. Lord, all my heart shall sing of thee, by me thy name shall still be praised, whose goodness richly powered on me from lowest pit my soul hath raised. And now again mine enemies do many mighty proud arise, by whom with hate my life is chased, while in their sight thou least art placed. But thou, Jehovah, swift to grace, on light entreaty pardon showest, to wrath dost go a heavy pace, and full with truth and mercy flowest. Then turn and take of me remorse, with strength my weakness reinforce, who in thy service have attended, and of thy handmaid am descended. O let some token of thy love be eminently on me placed, some cognizance to teach and prove that thine I am, that by thee graced, to dye their cheeks in shameful hue, that now with spite my soul pursue. I taught how me thou dost deliver, my endless aid and comfort giver. End of Psalm 86. Psalm 87 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 87, Fundamenta Eius. Founded upon the hills of holiness, God's city stands who more love beareth, to gates of Sion high in lowliness, than all the towns that Judah reareth. City of God, in God's decree, what noble things are said of thee. I will, saith he, henceforth be numbered, Egypt and Babel with my knowers, that Palestine and Tyre, which cumbered the fathers with the aftergoers, shall join, so Ethiop from whence the born shall be as born from hence. Yea, this men shall of sign signify, to him and him it gave first breathing, which highest God shall highly dignify, eternal stay to it bequeathing. Jehovah this account shall make, when he of his shall muster take. That he and he who ever named be, shall be as born in Sion named. In Sion shall my music framed be, of lute and voice most sweetly framed. I will, saith he, to Sion bring, of my fresh fountains, every spring. End of Psalm 87.
Psalm 88 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 88. Domine Deus. My God, my Lord, my help, my health, to thee my cry doth restless fly, both when of sun the day the treasures doth display, and night locks up his golden wealth. Admit to presence what I crave, O bow thine ear, my cry to hear, whose soul with ills and woes so flows, so overflows, that now my life draws nigh the grave. With them that fall into the pit I stand esteemed, quite forceless deemed, as one who free from strife and stir of mortal life, among the dead at rest doth sit. Right like unto the murdered sort, who in the grave their biding have, who now thou dost no more remember as before, quite cut off from thy support. Thrown down into the grave of graves, in darkness deep, thou dost me keep, where lightning of thy wrath upon me lighted hath, all overwhelmed with all thy waves. Who did know me, whom I did know, removed by thee, are gone from me, are gone? That is the best. They all me so detest, that now abroad I blush to go. My wasted eye doth melt away, fleeting amain, in streams of pain, while I my prayers send, while I my hands extend, to thee my God, and fail no day. Alas, my Lord, wilt then be time, when men are dead, thy truth to spread? Shall they, whom death hath slain, to praise thee live again, and from their lowly lodgings climb? Shall buried mouths thy mercies tell, dust and decay thy truth display? And shall thy works of mark shine in the dreadful dark? Thy justice where oblivions dwell? Good reason then I cry to thee, and ere the light salute my sight, my plaint to thee direct. Lord, why dost thou reject my soul, and hide thy face from me? I me, alas, I faint, I die, so still, thou dost me fill, and hast from youngest years with terrifying fears, that I in trance amazed do lie. All over me thy furies past, thy fears my mind thou fettering bind, flowing about me so, as flocking waters flow, no day can overrun their haste, who erst to me were near and dear, far now, oh far, disjoined are. And when I would them see, who my acquaintance be, as darkness they to me appear. End of Psalm 88.
Psalm 89 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 89. Misericordias Domini. The constant promises, the loving graces, that cause our debt, eternal Lord, to Thee, till ages shall fill up their still void spaces, My thankful song's unaltered theme shall be, for of thy bounty thus my thoughts decree. It shall be fully built, as fairly founded, and of thy truth attesting heavens shall see the boundless periods, though theirs be bounded. Lo, I have leagued, thou sayest, with my elected, and thus have to my servant David sworn, thy offspring kings, thy throne in state erected by my support, all threats of time shall scorn. And Lord, as running skies with wheels unworn cease not to lend this wonder their commending, so with one mind praises no less adorn this truth, thy holy troops thy court attending. For who among the clouds with thee compareth? What angel there thy paragon doth reign? Whose majesty, whose peerless force declareth the trembling awe of thine immortal train? Lord God, whom hosts redoubt, who can maintain with thee in powerfulness a rival's quarrel? Strongest art thou, and must to end remain, whom complete faith doth armor-like apparel. Thy lordly check the sea's proud courage quailed, and highly swelling lowly made reside. To crush stout Pharaoh thy arm prevailed, what one thy foe did undispersed abide. The heaven, the earth, and all in bosom wide this huge round engine clips to thee pertaineth, which firmly based, not to shake or slide, the unseen hinge of north and south sustaineth. For north and south were both by thee created, and those cross points our bounding hills behold, Thabor and Hermon, in whose joy related thy glorious grace from east to west is told. Thy arm all power, all puissance doth enfold, thy lifted hand a might of wonders showeth. Justice and judgment do thy throne uphold, before thy presence truth with mercy goeth. Happy the people who with hasty running boast to thy court when trumpets triumph blow. On paths enlightened by thy face's sunning, their steps, Jehovah, unoffended go. Thy name both makes them glad and holds them so. High thought into their hearts thy justice powereth, the worship of their strength from thee doth flow, and in thy love their springing empire flowereth. For by Jehovah's shield stand we protected, and thou gavest Israel their sacred king. What time and vision thus thy word directed thy loved prophet, aid I will you bring. Against that violence your state doth ring from one among my folk by choice appointed, David my servant. Him to act the thing have I with holy oil myself anointed. My hand shall bide his never-failing pillar, and from mine arm shall he derive his might, not closely undermined by cursed willer, nor overthrown by foe in open fight. For I will quail his vexers in his sight, all that him hate by me shall be mischanced. My truth, my clemency on him shall light, and in my name his head shall be advanced. Advanced so that twixt the watery borders of seas and floods this noble land define, all shall obey, subjected to the orders which his imperious hand for laws shall sign. He unto me shall say, Thou, Father mine, thou art my God, the fort of my salvation, and I my firstborn's room will him assign, more highly throned than king of greatest nation. While circling time, still ending and beginning, shall run the race where stop nor start appears, my bounty towards him, not ever ending, I will conserve, nor write my league in years. Nay, more, his sons whom father's love endears, shall find like bliss for legacy bequeathed, a steadfast throne, I say, till heavenly spheres shall faint in course where yet they never breathed. Now if his children do my laws abandon, and other paths than my plain judgments choose, break my behests, profanely walk and trenden, and what I bid with froward heart refuse. I mean indeed on their revolt to use correcting rod, their sin with whips to chasten, not in their fault my love's defect excuse, nor lose the promise once my faith did fasten. My league shall hold, my word persist unchanged. Once sworn I have, and sworn in holiness, never shall I from David be estranged. His seed shall ever bide, his seat no less. The day's bright guide, the night's pale governess, shall claim no longer lease of their enduring, whom I behold as heavenly witnesses, in termless turns, my termless truth assuring. And yet, oh, now by thee abjected, scorned, scorched with thy wrath is thy anointed one. Hated his league, the crown him late adorned pulled from his head, by thee augments his moan. Razed are his forts, his walls to ruin gone. Not simplest passenger but on him preyeth. His neighbors laugh, of all his haters none but boast his wrack, and at his sorrow playeth. Takes he his weapon, thou the edge rebatest. Comes to the field to fight, thou makest him fly. Would march with kingly pomp, thou him unstatest. Ascend his throne, it overthrown doth lie. His age's spring and prime of jollity, winter of woe before the day defineth. For praise, reproach, for honor, infamy, he overloaden bears, and bearing pineth. How long, O Lord, what still in dark displeasure wilt thou thee hide, and shall thine angry thought still flame? Oh, think how short our age's measure, think if we all created were for naught. For who is he whom birth to life has brought, but life to death, and death to grave subjecteth? From this necessity let all be sought. No privilege exempts, no age protecteth. Kind Lord, where is the kindness once thou swearest in truth thy David's stock should find? Show, Lord, yet show thou for thy servant carest, holding those shames in unforgetting mind which we embosomed bear of many a kind, but all at thee and at thy Christ directed, to endless whom be endless praise assigned. Be this again, I say, be this effected. End of Psalm 89.
Psalm 90 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 90. Domine Refugium. Thou our refuge, thou our dwelling, O Lord, hast been from time to time. Long ere mountains, proudly swelling above the lowly dales, did climb. Long ere the earth, embowelled by thee, bare the form it now doth bear. Yea, thou art God for ever, free from all touch of age and year. O, but man, by thee created, as he at first of earth arose, when thy word his end hath dated, in equal state to earth he goes. Thou sayest, and saying make it so, be no more, O Adam's heir, from whence ye came, dispatch to go. Dust again, as dust ye wear. Grant 1,000 years be spared to mortal men, of life and light. What is that to thee compared? One day, 1/4 of a night. When death upon them, storm-like, falls, like unto a dream they grow, which goes and comes as fancy calls, not in substance, all in show. As the herb that early groweth, which, leaved green and flowered fair, evening change, with ruin moweth, and lays to rust in withering air. So in thy wrath we fade away, with thy fury overthrown, when thou inside our faults dost lay, looking on our sins unknown. Therefore in thy angry fuming our life of days his measure spends, all our years in death consuming, right like a sound that, sounded, ends. Our days of life make 70 years, 80 if one stronger be, whose crop is labors, dolors, fears, then away in post we flee. Yet who notes thy angry power, as he should fear, so fearing thee? Make us count each vital hour, make thou us wise, we wise shall be. Turn, Lord, shall these things thus go still? Let thy servants peace obtain. Us with thy joyful bounty fill, endless joys in us shall reign. Glad us now, as erst we grieved. Send years of good for years of ill. When thy hand hath us relieved, show us and ours thy glory still. Both them and us, not one exempt. With thy beauty, beautify. Supply with aid what we attempt. Our attempts with aid supply. End of Psalm 90.
Psalm 91 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 91. Qui habitat. To him the highest keeps in closet of his care, who in the Almighty's shadow sleeps, for one affirm I dare. Jehovah is my fort, my place of safe repair, my God in whom of my support all hopes reposed are. From snare the fowler lays, he shall thee sure untie. The noisome blast that plaguing stares untouched shall pass thee by. Soft hived with wing and plume, thou in his shroud shalt lie, and on this truth no less presume than most in shield affy. Not moved with frightful night, nor arrow shot by day, though plague, I say, in darkness fight, and waste at noontide slay. Nay, all be thousands here, 10,000s there decay, that ruin to approach thee near shall find no force nor way. But thou shalt live to see, and seeing to relate, what recompenses shared be to every godless mate. When once thou makest the Lord protector of thy state, and with the highest canst accord to dwell within his gate, then ill, nay cause of ill, shall far excluded go. Not thee to hurt, much less to kill, shall near thy lodging grow. For angels shall attend, by him commanded so, and thee in all such ways defend as his directions show. To bear thee with regard, their hands shall both be spread. Thy foot shall never dash too hard against the stone misled. So thou on lions go, so on the aspec's head, on lionet shall hurtless so, and on the dragon tread. Lo me, saith God, he loves, I therefore will him free. My name with knowledge he approves, that shall his honor be. He asked when pains are rife, and straight received doth see help, glory, and his fill of life, with endless health from me. End of Psalm 91. Recording by Sam Carcamo.
Psalm 92 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 92, Bonum est Confitebor. O lovely thing, to sing and praises frame, to thee, O Lord, and thy high name, with early spring thy bounty to display, thy truth when night has vanquished day, yea, so to sing, that 10-stringed instrument with lute and harp and voice consent. For, Lord, my mind thy works with wonder fill, Thy doings are my comfort still. What wit can find how bravely thou hast wrought? Or deeply sound thy shallowest thought? The fool is blind, and blindly doth not know how like the grass the wicked grow. The wicked grow like frail though flowery grass, and fain to wrack past help do pass. But thou not so, but high thou still dost stay, and lo thy haters fall away. Thy haters lo decay and perish all wicked hands to ruin fall. Fresh oiled, I will lively lift my horn, and match the matchless unicorn. Mine eye shall spy my spies in spiteful ease. Mine ear shall hear my foes' disgrace, like cedar high, and like date-bearing tree, for green and growth the just shall be. Where God doth dwell shall be his spreading place, God's courts shall his fair boughs embrace. Even then shall swell his blossoms fat and fair, when aged rind the stalk shall bear, and I shall tell how God my rock is just, so just with him is not unjust. End of Psalm 92. Psalm 93 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 93, Dominus Regnavit. Clothed with state and girt with might, monarch like Jehovah reigns, he who earth's foundations pight at first and yet sustains. He whose stable throne disdains motion's shock and age's flight. He who endless one remains, one, the same, in changeless plight. Rivers, yea, though rivers roar, roaring though sea billows rise, vex the deep and break the shore, stronger art thou, Lord of skies. Firm and true thy promise lies, now and still as heretofore. Holy worship never dies in thy house where we adore. End of Psalm 93.
Psalm 94 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 94. Deus Ultionum Dominus. God of revenge, revenging God, appear, to recompense the proud, earth's judge arise. How long, O Lord, how long unpunished bear shall these vile men their joys, their jollities? How long thus talk, and talking tyrannize? Cursedly do, and doing proudly boast, this people crushed by thee affected most, this land afflict where thy possession lies? For these the widow and the stranger slay, these work the orphan's deadly overthrow. God shall not see them, in their thoughts they say, the God of Jacob he shall never know. O fools, this folly when will you forego, and wisdom learn, who first the ear did plant? Shall he himself not hear? Sight shall he want, from whose first workmanship the eye did grow? Who checks the world? Shall he not you reprove? Shall knowledge lack, who all doth knowledge lend? Nay, even the thoughts of men who reigns above, he knows, and knows they more than vainly end. Then blessed who in thy school his age doth spend, whom thou, O Lord, dost in thy law enform. Thy harbour shall him shroud from ruin's storm, while pits are digged where such men shall descend. For sure, the Lord his folk will not forsake, but ever prove to his possession true. Judgment again the course of justice take, and all right hearts shall God their guide ensue. See, if you doubt against the cankered crew, those mischief masters who for me did stand, the Lord none else, but for whose aiding hand silence by now had held my soul in mew. But Lord, thy goodness did me then uphold, Even when I said, now I faint, I fall, and quailed in mind combats manifold, thy consolations did my joys recall. Then what society holdest thou at all? What friendship with the throne of misery? Which law pretends, intends but injury, and justice doth unjust vexation call. To council where conspired caitives flock, the just to slay, and faultless blood to spill? O no, my God, Jehovah is my rock of refuge, my defensive hill. He on their heads shall well repay their ill. Jehovah, lo, the God in whom we joy, destroy them shall them at once destroy, and what the mean? Their own malicious will. End of Psalm 94. Psalm 95 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 95, Venite exultemus. Come, let us with joyful voice record and raise Jehovah's praise. Come, let us in our safety's rock rejoice. Into his presence let us go, and there with psalms our gladness show. For he is God, a God most great, above all gods, a king in kingly seat. What lowest lies in earthly mass, what highest stands in his hands. The sea is his, and he the sea right was, who made the sea, who made the shore. Come, let us fall, let us adore. Come, let us kneel with awful grace before the Lord our Maker's face. He is our God, who doth us keep, we by him led, and by him fed. His people are, we are his pasture sheep. Today if he some speech will use, do not you refuse. With hardened hearts his voice to hear, as Masha now, or Meribah it were. Where me your fathers, God doth say, did angering move, and tempting prove, yet oft had seen my works before that day. Twice 20 times my post the sun his yearly race to end had run, while this fond nation, bent to ill, did tempt and try and vex and grieve me still. Which when I saw, thus said I, Lo, these men are mad, and too bad. Err in their hearts my ways they will not know. Thus, therefore unto them I swear, I angry can no more forbear. The rest for you I did ordain, I will so work, you never shall attain. End of Psalm 95. Psalm 96 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 96, Cantate Domino. Sing, and let the song be new, unto him that never endeth. Sing all earth and all in you, sing to God and bless his name. Of the help, the health he sendeth, day by day new ditties frame. Make each country know his worth, of his acts the wondred story. Paint unto each people forth, for Jehovah, great alone, all the gods for awe and glory, far above doth hold his throne. For but idols, what are they, whom besides mad earth adoreth? He the skies in frame did lay, grace and honour are his guides, majesty his temple storeth, might in guard about him bides. Kindreds come, Jehovah give, O give Jehovah altogether, force and fame whereso you live, give his name the glory fit, take your offerings, get you thither, where he doth enshrined sit. Go, adore him in the place, where his pomp is most displayed. Earth, O go with quaking pace, go proclaim Jehovah King. Stayless world shall now be stayed, righteous doom his rule shall bring. Starry roof and earthly floor, sea and all thy wideness yieldeth. Now rejoice and leap and roar, leave ye infants of the wood, fields and all that on you feedeth. dance, O dance at such a good. For Jehovah cometh, lo, lo, to reign Jehovah cometh, under whom you all shall go, he the world shall rightly guide, truly as a king becometh, for the people's weal provide. End of Psalm 96. Psalm 97 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 97, Dominus regnavit. Jehovah comes to reign, rejoice, O earthly main, you isles with waves enclosed, be all to joy disposed. Clouds him round on all sides, and pitchy darkness hides. Justice and judgment stand, as props on either hand, whereon his throne abides. The fire before him goes, to ashes turns his foes, his flashing lightnings maketh, that earth beholding quaketh, the mountains at his sight that is by right, the Lord of all this all, do fast on melting fall, as wax by fire's might. The heavens his justice tell, no less they all that dwell, and have on earth their being, are glad his glory seeing. Shame then, shame you may see, that idol servers be, and trust in idols' place, but let before his face all angels bow their knee. When Zion this did hear, how did her joys appear? How were to mirth invited all towns in Judah cited? For thou, Lord, rulest right, thou throned in glory bright, sittest high, they all by thee be ruled, who rulers be, thy might above all might. Who love God, love him still, and haters be of ill, for he their lives preserveth, whom he as his reserveth, now light and joy is sown, to be by good men mown. You just with joyful voice, then in the Lord rejoice, his holiness make known. End of Psalm 97. Psalm 98 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 98, Cantate Domino. O sing Jehovah, he hath wonders wrought, a song of praise that newness may commend. His hand, his holy arm alone have brought conquest on all that durst with him contend. He that salvation doth the elect attend, long hid at length hath set in open view, and now the unbelieving nations taught his heavenly justice, yielding each their due. His bounty and his truth the motives were, promised of yore to Jacob and his race, which every margin of this earthly sphere now sees performed in his saving grace. Then earth and all possessing earthy place, O sing, O shout, O triumph, O rejoice, make lute apart with vocal music bear, and entertain the King with trumpets' noise. Roar, sea, and all that trace the briny sands, thou total globe, and all that thee enjoy. You streamy rivers, clap your swimming hands, you mountains, echo each at other's joy. See on the Lord this service you employ, who comes of earth the crown and rule to take, and shall with upright justice judge the lands, and equal laws among the dwellers make. End of Psalm 98.
Psalm 99 of the Psalms of David by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 99. Dominus regnavit. What if nations rage and fret? What if earth doth ruin threat? Lo, our state Jehovah guideth, he that on the cherubs rideth. Great Jehovah Zion holds, high above what earth enfolds. Thence his sacred name with terror forces truth from tongues of error. Throned he sits a king of might, mighty so as bent to right. For how can but be maintained right by him who right ordained? O then come, Jehovah, sing, sing our God, our Lord, our King. At the footstool set before him, he is holy, come, adore him. Moses erst and Aaron so, these did high in priesthood go. Samuel so unto him crying, got their suits without denying. But from cloudy pillar then, God did deign to talk with men. He enacting, they observing, from his will there was no swerving. Then our God Jehovah thou, unto them thy ear didst bow, gracious still and kindly hearted, though for sin they somewhile smarted. O then come, Jehovah, sing, sing our God, our Lord, our King. In his Sion mount before him, he is holy, come adore him. End of Psalm 99. Read by Alan Mapstone.